Right. Yo, good morning. That's loud. Good morning. Today's a good day. Dude, let me get water. One moment. Yo, what up? We're back. Your burner account yesterday? Dude, I'm gonna be honest. After that stream was over, I was fucking tired. That was a lot of energy. That was a lot of energy exerted. That didn't really feel like I was streaming. That felt like almost like a performance. You know what I'm saying? Yo, what up? Good morning. Good morning. That almost felt like I was bringing the same energy that I do whenever I'm like casting the race or something. I was like, what the fuck? I didn't even realize until I turned the stream off, and I was like, God damn, I am tired. That was a lot. That was a lot of energy. How's the tummy? I weighed myself, and I weighed myself in the morning, and was like 172, and then I weighed myself after stream, and I was like 178.5, and now I'm back down to like 173, only 173.5 maybe. My tummy was hurting though last night. My tummy was hurting after last night. That was a lot of Taco Bell I ate. I think my body's not used to that. I like laid on my couch for a while. I was like, oh my god. I was going through it. Beans.
I'm not tasting it. Guys, I'm not tasting it. But
All
the
WoW
tables
players
are
should do
kinda
this worth this
dusty.
cleaning for every patch. Real.
Which is another coin.
Almost always way
Another
more.
coin.
Oh, I mean, I don't even know how many calories of Taco Bell I ate. I didn't eat like I didn't eat like a full thing of anything except for maybe those Cinnabon twists. But I did probably consume about 3,000 fucking calories in one meal. That was my tummy hurt. Like, he got me like 4 fucking burritos. Okay, the craziest thing is he got me like a Cyclospora burrito or some bullshit. Where it was just like some vegetable burrito from Taco Bell. Yeah, that was insane. It was awesome. I'm glad you enjoyed it. To me, that was like that felt like a performance. I didn't even feel like a stream. Yeah, I came back to watch the Zorthus cleaning stream. So this is suffering from representation. Is Arcane that much better than everything else? Question I have. Season 2 PTR rankings. I mean, it might be. When did the patch hit? Friday? So later, after the 31st. Check PTR logs. If you go to Warcraft logs, you can go all the way down to the bottom. And see. There's the Dummy Dome, there's the Mythic Plus, and there's the Venomous Abyss. No worries. Damage. Makes me think that I should not do it on July 31st. Kane. Oh wow, he's playing the fucking Destro World. See, I thought the spec was good. Reg War. Get the goat. The goat. Yo, what up? Venom Nalarak. I did 370k. What was he playing with? Is Moonkin funnel bad as people say? Moonkin doesn't have funnel. Moonkin probably loses single target damage by adding additional targets. Yeah, it has decent priority damage on AoE, but it's like so it has decent priority damage on AoE because of things like Lunar Calling and Star Cascade, right? So you're doing some priority damage to the targets that you're star firing off of, like in a fairly meaningful way. Like I don't think Moonkin's like priority damage on AoE is like, it's not the best, but it's not bad. But whenever you add additional targets, I'm pretty sure you lose single target damage. Like I think it has reverse funnel. Like so, is it as bad as people say? I mean, yeah, I mean, if you're asking about like whether or not it gets AoE to single target damage conversion, the answer is no, it does not do that. So a lot of that comes down to a couple of things. A lot of it is related towards like Starfire, shooting stars and needing to dot targets. He's like such a nice person. I wish he was real. He is real. Cardboard cutout. Yeah, what up? So it looks like Arcane is insane. Has Moonkin ever done funnel damage? In Legion. Camera zoomed out again. I don't know. No? Maybe? In Legion, I have funnel damage. So, shooting stars in Legion. So right now, the issue with shooting stars is this talent.
I fucking hate Tails.
Yo.
Being happy. What a dickhead. Fuck you, Tails.
Thank you for the resub. Welcome back. So in Legion, so shooting stars used to be a talent where it scaled like it didn't have any diminishing returns, right? So right now it has square root scaling where it has insane diminishing returns, and so let's see if I can find a chart of this. Shooting stars diminishing returns. Wow. I don't know if it. I've seen a chart of it somewhere, but it's got square root scaling in terms of diminishing returns, to the point where, you know, you have your first target and you might get one shooting star proc a second on your main target, but then you add a second target and then you're gonna get 0.7 shooting stars procs per minute on both of the targets. And then you add a third target and you get 0.5 shooting stars procs on all three of the targets, right? So that's why it has actually like reverse funnel. That's what I described it as. It does like less single target damage. And then you also have to spend globals dotting the targets, which people very infrequently think about like opportunity cost of what their GCD does, because they don't really think about things like that. But taking 2 globals to dot up a target, you know, there is damage lost in that. So, so there's the 2 globals that are spent dotting a target. That's not relevant. Then there's the shooting stars having square root scaling against your primary target. But what happened in Legion was that didn't have square root scaling. That it was just like, you know, I think it was like 2 procs per minute or something per target, no matter what. And so then you would end up with situations like Balance, Druid, Lower, Karazhan, Legion. I mean, this should work, yeah. I mean,
We need it.
So then you go, like, and you look at... This guy's UI is hard to read, but not super relevant. So you do like a full room pull in Lower Karazhan. Hold on, let me see if we can get the actual pull. So you do this... Say you do this entire room with the Spectral Patrons. Did they not even do it in this fucking run? Losers. Oh yeah, they do, okay. So you do this entire room with Spectral Patrons, and it's, I don't fucking know, 30 targets or something like that. And you don't even actually need to press Moonfire on any of these targets, right? You're just pressing Sunfire, and you look at how much Astral Power he's generating. So he's not pressing anything other than fucking Starfall here, and he's lagging, but like he has 7 FPS. But he's only pressing fucking Starfall here, and he just had the mob Sunfired. So it used to have funnel, but a very, very, very long time ago. Yeah, Moonkin is over party. Yeah. Yo, good morning. I saw that Snake Says add-on. Surprised it's actually gonna work. Dude, Blizzard... fucking... Yes, I know. The add-on... The war on add-ons was grossly overstated. That version of Moonkin... with the legendaries was my favorite. Who bring Mark? I don't know. If Moonkin sucks, then nobody will bring Mark. Who says you need Mark of the Wild? There's an add-on that does the Simon Says game for you. That's what they're talking about. For the fucking mole boss. What's Boomy looking for next year in the raid? Very good. I think Moonkin looks good. Are we actually gonna have a no Druid meta? I don't know. If it's gonna be anything, it's gonna be balanced, but... Later, buddy. Think says, apparently, but I don't know if it's like public or like what the deal is. How's Yips doing? Yeah, I mean, we absolutely could have a no Druid meta next tier. Sim on PTR yet? Yeah, I mean, there's been a way to sim on PTR since it came up. Depends on your spec. Here. You use this website and it links into the PTR branch for spell data. Now, the problem with that is that with the PTR branch, you know, your spec may not be set up APL wise. There may be changes, talent changes. The tier set may not be implemented. It really depends on like what's going on with the recrafting of your spec or class. Now paying out boosters in direct currency to Iran, Turkey, and to others in crypto via PayPal. Yeah, I saw that. Viability Mythic Plus Revolver on Poison Dispel? No. Viability in Mythic Plus is very rarely due to specific utility. The only time I could say that, like, oh yeah, specific utility would have made a difference was probably, like, Necrotic Wake or something, right? Where Mind Control ends up... Like, if the utility is required to do the dungeon, then that specific utility is brought. If, you know, Poison Dispel is probably nice in some instances. But I doubt it's required. Monday, whenever Blizzard's in the office. I don't know. They normally don't target ban people, but they might target ban over something so blatant like that. Yeah, I mean, that's not surprising to me. Okay, guys, nobody said that my chat was broken. Oh, it's okay, I'll turn it back on. Oh good, my chat's fixed, Oops. I fucked up. Forgot to refresh the cache. Not in a while? Yeah, fair enough. My on-screen chat was fucked. You need an AoE pattern. Brings B-Res, AoE Silence, Vortex Typhoon close to top meta damage. I mean, okay, so here's the thing. You're trying to build the composition that does the most damage. I strongly disagree that utility matters. Utility matters in the sense that, like, you design a comp around the utility you have. Or you design a route around the utility you have. It's not the other way around. You do not design a composition around needing specific utility. I don't know. I feel like even fucking battle res. Look. If we had a season where you needed to fucking cable somebody, you would cable somebody. Yeah, if this comp's just running cables, I mean, you just cable somebody if that was the best comp. Like made it back from Kalamazi's place? True. No, Moonkin already got nerfed. Got nerfed two patches in a row, I think. Wouldn't drums meta? Yeah, I mean, drums can absolutely be meta. Like, the thing is, again, you're building the composition that has the most damage output, right? It's not... While it is about the individual specializations, because a party, you know, raid buffs matter a lot less than a party, ultimately, again, you're trying to build the comp that does the most damage based around probably what is the best DPS in the patch. So, hypothetically, if Arcane Mage is the best DPS in the patch, what are things that work really well with Mage? You know, it's Chaos Brand, obviously. Whenever you're looking at, they say Shadow Priest is the best thing on the patch. What's the best thing that works with Shadow Priest? Oh, it's Arcane Intellect and it's Mystic Touch. So you try to build a composition around the best spec on the patch, but say hypothetically all Demon Hunter specs fucking suck. Okay, you're not getting Chaos Brand. Bad news. Like you can't get it. You're just gonna get what you get. Well, I think drums... I was looking at some sims. Azertharian did some sims. I haven't done sims to refute it, but Azertharian was doing some sims, and the opportunity cost between drums versus Bloodlust over a 10-minute period seems to be about 1%, 1.5%, I think was the number that he had. So, is there a composition that does... So that's 1.5% per DPS specialization, right? Is there a comp that you can build that does more than 1.5% more, right? Crank a pull? Sure. And I mean, if Bloodlust enables a pull that otherwise wouldn't have been able to be done, hard to argue against that. I feel like very infrequently is Bloodlust used on a pull that otherwise couldn't be done without Lust. Like, I mean, what's a pull that could not be done without Lust in current season? I can't even see current season dungeons. But, yeah. First pull a Pit with 2 Arcanists. First pull Seat. First pull Seat, probably, right? Is first pull Seat non-doable without Bloodlust? I'm not really sure. Like, the thing with all these first pulls of a dungeon is that you have all of your fucking cooldowns. I mean, the first pull Seat is rough. I don't know if it's undoable without Lust. Most first pulls? I mean, I think the first pull of Pit you could probably do without Lust.
I fucking hate Tells.
I even think the first pull of Owl you can do without Lust.
Fuck you, Tells.
I think the first... Again, we're assuming that the composition does... It's not that you're still pressing drums. It's the 15% haste for 40 seconds. That's the opportunity cost. Yo, Rain Cypher. Thank you for the sub. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We haven't encountered a season, mostly because there's a lot of Lust specs. There's a lot of Lust classes. So it's not been something that's actually been put to the test. But how's the stomach? Definitely felt better. We're doing Den of Nalarak. I think first pull Seat's probably the hardest, but like, because people are doing, yeah, I don't know. People are doing crazy shit with first pull Seat. I think it's because like you're really on a strict timer for getting the subjugator killed off in time. Oh, thank you. Yeah, see, all the Bloodlust specs were bad, right? I think I think you can build a world where all the Bloodlust specs are bad. Maybe Skyreach? Yeah, Skyreach first pull's fucking hard, actually. But, like, I don't... Again, offensive CDs are more valuable than Bloodlust in almost all instances, actually. Especially the difference between Bloodlust and drums. People press offensive CDs and they do, I don't know, 50% more damage or something like that, right? Unholy DK is a pumpkin outside of cooldowns, and they just like fucking do all the damage inside of CDs. But yeah, no, I mean, like, was there 4 classes with Lust? Shaman, Hunter, Evoker, Mage. So I mean, I think with those, it's 12 out of 39 specializations. It's very unlikely to have a season where the best composition does not involve Bloodlust, right? Although, again, well, possible. But you would need the group damage to be... If I told you your group damage would be 5% higher, but you're not running Bloodlust, you're taking the fucking 5% damage, right? You're banging the drums. If I told you your group damage would be 2.5% higher, but you're running drums instead of Bloodlust, you're probably supposed to take the fucking drums. But again, it's not... We're mostly talking about theoretics, right? Give rogues Lust in. I'm down. Don't care. Not playing with drums is just bad vibes more than anything. I mean, I think Azertharian took an... I don't really know... Again, I don't really know how this was done, right? He took an average. Again, like I said, I didn't sim against this, right? So I don't know, but this is the number that he had was 1.4%. doing huge lust pulls is the thing. I mean, there's so many fucking times where you just... I mean, I think the best lusts in most instances are actually lusts on a boss in terms of time saving. Because it's really hard to get more single target damage. Unless, of course, a pull is enabled by Bloodlust, but there's very few pulls that are enabled by Bloodlust.
This must be the fire Lilas you spoke of. Sit, and we will start the ritual. But be ready. This is the lower of war.
Do not worry about your friend. They would be Hashe.
There's some Azortharian website. I don't know. I can link it after this if you remind me. Yeah, like it hasn't ever been relevant, so it hasn't come up. But I can imagine a world where I can imagine a world where drums is better than lust. Goodbye, girl. Okay, I don't want to repress him from here, I don't think. The dead. There you go. Yeah. He was doing some calcs in terms of like how valuable is Hunter's Mark. Well, that's why the first number I said was if you told me a group composition does 5% more damage, but you're playing drums every single time. But that's 5% group damage, right? So that's 3 specializations that. So the worst Bloodlust Bringer, or the best Bloodlust Bringer needs to be like significantly worse, which is hard to have happen. The best Bloodlust Bringer would have to be doing, you know, somewhere around 15% less damage than the worst specialization of that meta composition. The Zorthus cleaning stream, true. It'd be such a huge gap in damage, and that would be the best yeah, that would have to be the best Bloodlust Bringer, right? There's 12 specs, like maybe a red ring around your portrait because I'm trying to compete against Zorthus.
I don't have a target. I need a target.
Imagine we get tanked with Bloodlust. Yeah, that'd be sick. But it's never come up, and I think more than anything, drums are terrible fucking vibes. If you're ever in a group and they start banging the drums, first off, you don't even feel the fucking haste. Which is like this weird thing.
Well done. You just might survive.
I mean, I could build a comp that you would bang drums in, right? It's some version of Fizz comp that's playing around, like say hypothetically it's like Arms Warrior, Outlaw Rogue. Those are your two best DPS, and then Restoration Druid's the best healer. So like that comp is really hard pressed to get a lust from somewhere. It's very likely that your last DPS either needs to be an enhancement shaman or a hunter. Die free for arms, but I mean, again, shaman could be fucking bad. Like, Sky Fury is good for arms. But you've narrowed down 12 specializations that fit into that composition to 4. And so you need one of those 4 specializations to be really good. Kind of what I'm saying.
Well done. You just might survive.
Is Windwalker not going to be dog shit? No, Windwalker's like... Windwalker's good.
Those like the horde manga whose greed burden others.
I think
Their money
Sky Fury's the best raid buff in Mythic Plus.
trusted warriors to eliminate them for their good.
I think that raid buff is fucking nuts. Oh yeah, they fixed the cooldown manager weeks and weeks ago. And they're so big now. Anyways, but yeah, Bloodlust is probably the most the most polarizing utility. I would play without fucking cables, or I would play with cables without battle res. But if Bloodlust could be, you could build a world where Bloodlust is not required. You could probably, like, you think any other fucking utility is required? Sky Fury value on that chart he has is hilarious. Yeah, I didn't fact check that shit. If those numbers are real, I mean, I would believe it. There's some specializations that get insane value out of Sky Fury. That buff is not normal. It's 3% mastery plus a raid buff on top of it. Mind Soothe? Yeah, Mind Soothe is the best PC utility in the game. Again, whenever I think of utility that's required, I literally just auto go to, like, Necrotic Wake Mind Control. Like, that's the utility that whenever I think of utility that would have been required, that's the utility I'm like, okay, yeah, that shit was fucking required. 'Cause that shit saves you, I don't even know, minutes. You could probably build a world where if there was some fucking sneaky way of pulling mobs through a maze and mists or something, that would have saved you minutes as well. That some specific class could have been brought. Cheating Hunter. I mean, I think Shroud at various points was required during BFA before Shroud became fucking terrible, and they added True Sight to every mob.
Well done. Like a living vine.
Yeah, I think Shroud. I actually don't know if even in Dragonflight Season 2, I'm not sure if Soothe was required. I think you just had Mind Soothe, so you played around it. Like, I think you would have just routed Brackenhide and Halls of Infusion differently if Priest fucking sucked, but Priest was broken, so it didn't really matter. You never really thought about it. Almost required for Halls of Infusion. I think that there's... If Priest sucks, I think there's a route that doesn't involve Mind Soothe. Like, you never really... The thing is, like, you only start thinking about cooking up routes with the utility you have. You never sit there and you go, what is the second best route without this utility? They could soothe true sight mobs? Yes, they could soothe true sight mobs, which was really fucking stupid. I threat. Just Demon Hunter seems decent? I don't know. I think this might be a Yips kind of situation that's going on right here. I don't think Vengeance... I would be shocked if Vengeance is bad. But, Yips is also very, very good. Well, the best groups in the world weren't playing without a priest, so the best non-soothe route would be something that people who are doing world rank 1500 keys. I'm warp. With a full key level lower without Soothe? Okay, well, you're attributing it to Soothe. I would say that not playing with a Shadow Priest would have been your first mistake, right? What will be the meta tank? I think right now the best tank is Blood DK. Growl stream? I think Growl is streaming right now, maybe? He said that he was going to turn his stream on, but maybe he didn't turn it on. Maybe he fucking made that shit up. He streams on twitch.tv/yummytv. This isn't Kalamazoo. Yeah, what's up? Their boss rot. I mean, say you played a Vengeance Demon Hunter that season and they just pulled the fucking mobs away, and then say you know say it was an Augvoker. Actually, it wasn't an Augvoker season. Why not just pull the mobs away, then Wurnstone to the Augmentation Evoker and meld that shit off? I mean, that was obviously that was a possible strategy that nobody was doing during that season, right? Because you didn't need to, because you had fucking Mind Suits, so you could walk past the mobs. Eeps. Because the hallway is too tight. I mean, you have a mage. That guy can get pre-bopped and double blink and then fucking invis and then Mornstone invis or whatever. I mean, there's certainly ways, right? Again, the reason is like people don't really start thinking about them, because if you have utility that makes it, you always go for the path of least resistance, right? You don't go for stupid shit. Oh my god, Wizthal. You're dead, buddy. Nah, Moonkin's fine. Oh, yeah. Welcome to the stream. Damn, Shami damage insane. Yeah, Shaman's good. Admittedly, this also might be a little bit of a player diff. They over-nerfed MM. I mean, they fucking shot marksmanship, yeah. Spree looks good. Spree's, I mean, they looked good and then they got nerfed. I don't know about that. I mean, what were the actual numbers for the marks nerfs? People were saying they were like somewhere between 10 and 14%. Is that the real number? 12%? Yeah. I heard it was something fucking massive. Like I don't know if they were like that much. Like they were really good. I don't know about 14% really good. 14% Mythic Plus? Yeah, okay. That was the napkin math that we had too, is 14% whenever we started looking at it. No, heal my character, Growl. You have one fucking job. Oh yeah, in raid? I have no idea if they're good or bad in raid. Zilly back?
I don't have a target.
Yeah. Bond's coming back too. Did you see the humanity tweet about Moonkin? No, I didn't say that.
Do not care who you are. Ashe, Elder, Chirebecca, it is done.
This is live? Yes, this is live. Hello. Probably playing Farseer. Yep. Here. No, that was a adept. That was fucked up. I don't know what he said fuck me for. Yeah, if you want to find a single humanity tweet, you have to sort through a sea of humanity tweets talking about how 9 out of 6 myth track gear is going to ruin the game or something. And how socializing is the bane of WoW. So, whatever the fuck he... Oh my god. Oh, that just damaged me. Oh no. I'll never understand why WoW players are so opposed to fucking socializing in MMO. I don't know, your guess is as good as mine. The reason I play World of Warcraft is because I like socializing with people online, because I have problems socializing IRL, so I'd rather socialize from the comfort of my home. Not that I would rather not socialize with anybody ever. Battle? Yeah, I think Weaver's kind of dead. Oh, those are not my talents. Those were Ashine's talents. These are my talents, if you want them. Quick, take a screenshot. Alright. I pay this up to play the game, not to talk to people. I feel like if I was playing this game as like a solo player that didn't want to talk to anybody else, I would play many other video games.
But what about your loyalty?
It's like trying to main Among Us. It's like trying to main Among Us, but you don't want to talk to anybody. What can I do? Yeah. 5 team games. World of Warcraft is not designed for you to... World of Warcraft is intentionally designed as like a game that's supposed to be socialized in. Pretty much it. I was reading chat. I lost my fucking incarn. I wanna die. Being a fucking diva reading chat, man. Like, why? My sub, my way to play the game. I mean, it's... I mean, of course, you're allowed to do whatever the fuck you want. It's more just like... I don't really mind that philosophy. There's just a lot of people that believe that the game should be designed in a specific way because they don't want to socialize, right? That makes sense? Like, I don't think there's anything inherently wrong about being like, yeah, I just want to fucking log in and collect mounts and do delves. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But then it's like, the game should be designed in a way that I never have to interact with any players. Like, that's the part where then I'm just like, I think I'm out. Riddles would have lived that. Dude, if I just literally looked at my monitor, I would have lived that, I think. I looked back at my monitor, saw the green swirling underneath my feet, and then it just died. People who hate MMOs trying to get Blizzard to redesign their MMO around them. Yeah, I think... I don't know about they hate MMOs. It's more just like... They want an MMO to be designed in a way that it's not an MMORPG, right? Like, I think... But I think that for people who are just like, yeah, that's just how I enjoy playing World of Warcraft, I don't really expect it to be designed any other way. It's just how I enjoy playing it. I mean, more power to you. Like, do whatever the fuck you want, right? I think an MMO is supposed to be designed to where you can play by yourself and play with other people, but I think that the main emphasis of the game is supposed to be the socializing aspect, right? But that's what, yeah. But like I was saying, like if I was gonna play a solo player game, I probably wouldn't main World of Warcraft. Would probably log on TFT. Like I think for me, it's like the reason I love World of Warcraft is because it's in my otherwise very socially limited life. World of Warcraft gets me social interaction from people, right? Over time that now I call my friends and stuff. It is built relationships and friendships and stuff like that that I otherwise wouldn't have had in real life. Well, yeah, but it's a game that's designed to be like that. And it's supposed to be designed to be like that. Too strong? Yeah, too strong. GG. Gotta lock in this next dungeon. I'm not sure about trinkets right now. They just changed trinkets this week.
What took you so long, eh?
Having to organize with other people is different. Well, I mean, the best content in World of Warcraft requires a group, right? Blizzard lets you play solo for a very long time, but then whenever push comes to shove and you're trying to do the most fun, most challenging, most rewarding content, it requires a group. Where's the cat? Doug! He's probably just laying upstairs in my shower or something. Oh, there he is. Hey, man. What are you doing, boss? Hey. names above their head. That's part of Ellesmere UI.
Pass the trial.
Are you casting Ritual first for Liquid? I'll say that I'm casting the race.
She has died honorably, but the death of those loyal to me, that is my burden. It will be...
When I say solo versus organized, I mean finding randoms in LFG versus slash solo queue versus having a dedicated team. Oh, sure.
Your strength and face my claws.
I think that lots of people try to play Mythic Plus as like a solo player that doesn't even talk to people even in party chat. I feel like that's certainly a less fun way of playing.
My rage will find you.
Yeah, in party chat, people pretend that everybody's an NPC. What I prefer. Yeah, but I mean, you're also not asking Blizzard to fucking change the game around you, right? Being like, these are the things that I prefer, is not being like, oh yeah, Blizzard should make the fucking game. Blizzard should add solo queue to the game, that way I don't have to interact with anybody ever. Being like, I prefer this thing, and being like, they should design the game around me are two different things, right? Yeah, GG NT, yeah. Thank you for the group. And then you just fucking leave. That's how all modern team games are. Well, I mean, modern team games aren't an MMORPG. Like, they're not... World of Warcraft is not that type of game, is my point. Yeah, I mean, chat's not... That for me is also not really readable in combat. I never fucking read chat in combat. Interesting. Not really sure.
Your strength rivals mine. Oh, the dream ends.
Victory. Which I appreciate. Oh my god, I'm glad you enjoyed watching them. Yeah, I've been trying to make a lot of videos that have a way of watching them if you don't actively play retail. Like say you used to subscribe to retail or whatever, or you currently play classic. I feel like I've been trying to design a lot of videos, especially the long form videos, with a way that everybody can watch them and enjoy them. Thank you. Classic Plus, I think. Yeah, I'm excited to try Classic Plus. I feel like that'll be fun. Hopefully. Rate the cleaning results? There's no way he's done, right? I mean, I think so far it's been getting better.
The rest is garbage, no? Just because you don't use something every day doesn't mean that it's
Alright, we gotta get all this shit off the fucking bed.
garbage. And that's a poor way to look at things. And where reminds you of no ears? I have ears. How would I hear if I didn't have ears? I feel
His
like a
carpet?
burger and a
Yeah.
milkshake. I could drink
He's
a
so slow at
milkshake
cleaning.
and not eat a burger.
Well, I think he keeps walking around like a polymorphed mob.
Where's my water?
Like just back and forth and back and forth and back and forth.
I have to go get it. Why'd I put my water over there?
Alright. It's getting better. It was... I see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Okay.
I see the light at the end of the tunnel here. I think he's probably, I don't know, 6 hours away from being done. Yeah, dude, he keeps walking around like a polymorph mob. I would have taken a very different approach whenever I started cleaning this shit. It's very clear to me whenever I was watching him that he views every single thing that he owns as having value. I I don't operate on that same philosophy. I operate on the philosophy of stuff is stuff is stuff. And he said that, you know, stuff that I haven't used in a month, it could still have value. Shit, I would have just fucking thrown everything out and like started anew. And if I came across something that I was like, hey, wait a second, I need that, I would have fucking bought that shit again. Like, I'd be like, I'm done. Like, I need this shit. Like, I'm ready to start anew. But like, not everybody operates on the same principles, right? That I do. So. That tier list is old. You don't donate? Bro, what am I gonna donate the fucking empty tissue boxes for? I'm saying if I was approaching his cleaning situation. $11.2 Pog. But yeah, that's purely if I'm approaching his cleaning situation, trying to get his room to a normal state. Because like for me, the number one priority would be like get the room to a normal state. Then that way we can begin to accumulate stuff that we do care about, right? This is Elsmere UI.
5, 4,
$400.
3, 2.
I'm not so certain it would have been $400 for this level, like how much he needed. But yeah, no, I definitely get that sentiment. I certainly get it.
4, 3, 2, 1.
He's put up barriers to avoid any
Moonkin get nerfed? Yeah, Moonkin did get nerfed. Although I will say my damage in the last dungeon was not because Moonkin got nerfed, but because I'm bad. Or if you don't heal my character, we're gonna have a problem. New indicator for hit and miss interrupts? Wait, what? What's it? Is it sick? Feeling better after last night? Yeah, a little bit. My tummy was hurting. That was a lot of Taco Bell. Looks cool. Nice. Yeah, it needs to be damage text.
Hi, Tatles.
Fucking hate
Yo!
happy. What a
Rip
dickhead.
Boomy, yeah, GG.
Fuck you, Tails.
Thank you for the resub. What are we up to? 3 out of 20. Chat, what I've been doing is I've been setting a sub goal. It's below my it's below the Twitch chat on screen right now. Every day, whenever we get to 20 subs, I give Doug a treat. Doug is currently passed out on the floor over there. He needs a treat bad. So if anybody's got a Prime available, throw that fucker my way. I need it.
Just a few more.
Doug needs it. Doug hasn't had a treat in a week. Look, there's every day is a good day for a treat.
I fucking hate Tails being happy. What a dickhead. Fuck you, Tails.
Get a treat for every 20 subs. We'll go with
Fucking
yes.
hate Tails being happy. What dickhead. Fuck you, Tails.
He's fine. He can have more than one. Whenever he got sent back from the groomer and me and my girlfriend had to groom him, we gave him like a lot of treats. There were a lot of treats that needed to be given to my cat for me and my girlfriend to groom him. He wasn't like, he actually wasn't even that bad to groom, frankly.
I fucking hate
Yeah,
Tails.
we gotta save him
What a
from
dickhead.
starvation. Oh my god.
Fuck you, Tails.
I didn't notice it. Yeah, I feel like it's in a good spot. What do you look like when you sent back from the groomer? Here, I can show you guys later. Bad. I put a review on Google. I never write Google reviews for anything. I put a Google review for that, and he did not look good. Looks like a chat message. Isn't that good though? I feel like that makes sense with the chat. The Twitch controls covered? Okay, well maybe that's bad.
One step closer.
Yeah, he got like, I don't know, 5 treats in one sitting. It was fine. We just needed him to be like still. Oh my god,
Only
the
the
fucking
strongest
snake
survive.
cast went off. My solar beam wasn't up. Say 5 is really 7 to 10. Okay, maybe it was a lot, alright? No!
I fucking hate Tails being
Oh, my
happy.
character.
What a dickhead.
Yo, thank you for the subs. Oh my god, we're on a hype train. What the fuck? What the fog? Again, if we get to 20, Doug gets a treat. Yeah, Doug is very generous. Great guy. The Kalamazoo stream with Cinnamon last night. Dude, that felt like an out-of-body experience. I didn't even feel like it was me. I felt like I was putting on like a performance. I loved it. It was great. I'm glad people enjoyed it. Everybody sounded like they enjoyed it. Edit your review.
One more, and the barrier should lose its power.
Ah, look at this. This is my review.
No way across.
This is what my cat looked like. They sent him back because they said that he was rearing up to impale them. I'm not even exaggerating the word. He said impale them, and he kept growling at them. And let me just tell you, my cat has encountered other cats, and my cat has now been shaved by me and my girlfriend, and he was not growling, nor was he rearing up to impale anybody. That guy saw my cat had matted fur and did not want to do the job, and so he sent him home looking like that. I was not happy. So I shaved it myself. Yeah, that was brutal. I mean, he's a fucking 20-pound cat, so like, I mean, that guy's... Has that guy never shaved a dog? Like, the fuck? Moonkin sad again? Nah, Moonkin's good. Yeah, I was complaining. Oh yes, I was definitely complaining. Loves people. Yeah, my cat's just inquisitive more than anything. Yeah, that's the story of how me and my girlfriend ended up shaving my cat. But then he also did end up getting a lot of treats that day. So yeah, we could say every 20 subs. That's probably fine.
Watch out for its venom.
I'll save it for next time. The sunglasses? Dude, you like that? Do the bosses do things now? This guy's kind of a heal check. I would not describe these bosses in this dungeon as doing lots of things. This guy's mostly just a healing fight. Thank you to all those who subscribed. I appreciate it. Cats are the best. The comment that guy made, though, about my cat growling at him and getting ready to impale him was fucking insane to me. I was like, what? My cat's not that kind of temperament.
To the altar, through the snake tunnels. Come with me. Ulatek's influence is evolving these creatures. The children of Ulatek infuse these.
Yeah, he got sent back home looking like very sad. I was really sad for
They
him.
even consume each other when given the
Supporting Doug? Exactly, yeah, you gotta support Doug. Yeah, he did not want to deal with that shit. Yeah. Shaving his belly was in the route? I know. That's right. He was fine. I just held him. Again, that guy's occupation is groomer. Pet groomer. Has he never shaved a dog? Like, the fuck? Groomer? Okay. I don't like the hat. "2012 Tumblr." This dungeon's going way better for me than the Din and Alarak, damage-wise. He's very mature for his age. I mean, he is mature for his age. Moonkin's good? Yeah, Moonkin's good.
I don't have a target.
I beamed air. All right.
None were successful in consuming this one.
The correct choice to take coins? Oh, I mean, I think that... Yeah, I mean, I don't really know what this decision is. Like, there's no decision in the Great Vault. You're actually... There's very few instances in which you're supposed to take an item out of the Great Vault. There is some situations where you're supposed to take an item out of the Great Vault. If you need to bonus roll for a very specific piece off of a very specific boss. Okay, so hypothetically, if you look at a raid boss, and Chimeras, use Chimeras for example. Chimeras for a lot of people had one item that was a landmine item, either a weapon or an offhand, 3 items that were good, and then the trinket, which was Gigabis, right? So you would always bonus roll Chimeras in all instances, because the best thing for you to do is to build up the bad luck protection, because you don't just need 1 piece from Chimeras, you want 3 pieces from Chimeras. So it comes down to how many pieces off of that raid boss do you need. But yes, it is all for long-term gearing purposes, it is almost always better to take bonus rolls out of the vault, which is weird. I have to agree. Like, I don't know. If you take it from the vault, it removes it from the bonus roll pool. I mean, that would absolutely be a pretty easy solution. Like, they should at least do that. Yeah, the coin is supposed to be bad luck protection for a bad vault, but instead it's the correct choice because it gives you weekly progression towards better rewards. How many times do you get a vault that's like not an upgrade, right? And so that's why you take the bonus rolls. Especially since Blizzard also keeps designing fucking pieces of gear that are needed by 20 people. I wonder if I can wild charge this. Let me try this. No. Maybe if I was faster. Our first Chimeras kill? Yeah, that was good shit. Because also, hypothetically, if there's 1 piece that's Gigabis, 3 pieces that are good, and 1 piece that's a landmine piece, you can actually just be like, oh, I got the... If you bonus roll it the first time, you can actually then make a decision as to whether or not it's still worth to bonus roll that boss with landmine pieces of gear or not, right? It's just like it's a question of, like, what are your odds? And there's also a decent chance that you actually just never get that landmine piece. So it's all sorts of fucked. Vaults after killing the last boss don't matter. Well, that's why you would always bonus. You wouldn't be looking at.
Fucking hate
oh my god, big
happy.
trout
Dickhead.
with the 10 pack. What the fuck? Doug, we're on the cusp of the treat. But that's why you should be looking at bosses like 2, 3, 4 to bonus roll. Doug needed a big trout, yeah. Stay big, Doug, yeah. That guy's staying big. Don't worry about him. It's a big Doug. Thank you for the subs. Holy fuck. We're back. Lobster. Oh my god. Lobster. How about tuna? Is anybody... I don't feel like anybody's rotation's complex. I feel like very few classes have, like, complicated rotations. Yeah, isn't that that dragon, or isn't that midnight shit? There are degrees, sure. I mean, you're at least back to pressing missiles as arcane. Gotta get these mobs back under the boss so Earthquake can hit them. Fucking lost myself. I feel like Devourer is very straightforward. Devour rotationally is like 3 fucking buttons. The thing with Devour is that you actually have to use your brain. It's like, it's interesting because rotationally that spec is very easy, but in terms of decision making, that spec is hard, right? Which I think is cool. Like, I actually think that more specs, I like specs like that personally. It's simple in the sense that it only has a couple of buttons. Oh my god, Growl Pala. That guy was not in the darkness. When to use CDs. Okay, but it doesn't have moment-to-moment decision making. I think most specs don't have moment-to-moment decision making. I'm dead. I'm gonna get left on here.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
Yeah, more often than not, most specs, there isn't like a decision point as to when you're supposed to use your cooldowns. It's like all in fucking... Like, if you miss a use of CDs, you're just fucked. That Windwalker's good. Street Fighter 6? Yeah, like I like moment-to-moment decision making. Like, That's why I think Devourer is cool. That's why I thought that... What are other things that are kind of like that? Breath of Sindragosa Frosty K is cool. That's why I think Ravenous Frenzy Balance Druid is cool. That's why I think, you know... What else was kind of like that? Surrender to Madness Shadow Priest. Like, I think that stuff like that is cool. There was that Ret Paladin build, right, for a while, where a lot of their damage was based around keeping up their hammers, wasn't it? Stuff that has moment-to-moment decision-making, I think, is cool. Turner Madness Priest. Yeah, that spec's fucking sick. No, I don't remember what I clicked on. I think I clicked on a Yellow Card song at the beginning of the stream, and Spotify's just taking me here. This is what I like to listen to most of the time. But yeah, I mean, like, I like specs like that. I think more specs should be designed like that because... But I understand why Blizzard doesn't like doing it. It's because players, whenever they fuck up, they feel like they get punished too hard. It's why unequivocally people complained about Breath of Sindragosa. People complained about Devour, right? They're like, I'm not getting my last star. I'm not good enough to play this. And Blizzard doesn't like the concept of, yeah, maybe you just shouldn't play that specialization. That to them, whenever that's the correct answer, they view that as like almost a failure on their end. They're like, I don't know. I think it's kind of okay. Og? I mean, Og was insanely fucking hard this most recent season, but I don't think that's designed in the same way. I think that was more an unintended consequence of Wing Leader and duplicate uptime chaining, but yeah, no. I don't think it was intentional. I couldn't understand. I mean, AUG this season was hard. Yeah, I think AUG was probably, I think Devour's the hardest spec for this season, but I think AUG was second by, and like I don't think there was actually much else that was like particularly close in terms of complexity. Demon Hunter players. Look. Somebody had to have it. Yeah, specs like that are... I think specs like that are cool. Or, like, even stuff where you see Arcane Mage and their Touch of the Magi Arcane Surge windows, and they have to play Global Perfect during those windows. Like, I think that stuff like that is interesting. In my opinion, it makes stuff more interesting. And so, like, whenever I see Blizzard be like, this stuff is too complicated, we should actually remove it from players, it makes me kind of sad. Is hit combo still a thing for Windwalker? Yeah, I haven't played that shit. I haven't seen that shit in a long time. Dorth is actually cleaning his whole room? No. Almost. The talent, yes. Oh, but it's not part of your baseline kit anymore? Wasn't it like your mastery for a while? Can't believe these nuts. So their mastery works too? Ah, gotcha. Okay. But yes, it still exists. I think hit combo is like a good example of it done fine, right? Where again, there's moment-to-moment decisions that matter, and you get into a rhythm eventually. Takes like 2 to 3 keys to learn a specialization. It depends on the spec for sure. I think that's also not very true. I think it takes 2 to 3 keys to learn a specialization poorly. I think people have a tendency to very, very heavily overestimate their own skill with World of Warcraft, to the point where people believe that it could take 2 to 3 keys to learn a specialization. I can't disagree more. Lure Glaives? Yep, Lure Glaives are back. Yeah, Zorthus after like 12 hours stopped the cleaning stream and then had to get back after it. Oh my god, there's a glaive. Growl. Why is Growl dead, bro?
The strongest survive.
Is there such a thing as you're a good player but you can't play X spec for some reason? I mean, you can get some like mental block on like how to play something. I think realistically, spec skill is transferable, or class skill is transferable if given enough time. Like, I'm not very good at tanking, just naturally. So like, there's variance and your ability to be able to learn specializations in WoW. And so like almost all tanks are on my low end of variance because tanking is hard. if you forced somebody to tank, right? Like so say again, tanking is my worst role. If you forced me to tank for a long enough period of time, I would eventually be able to play tank as proficient as I do a DPS. But if you give me a range DPS, all right, we're calling it. We're calling a win there. But if you give me any range DPS, I'm going to be able to be proficient on it in a much shorter time span. Like if you watched my, I think the Holy Priest 0 to hero, that was my fastest 0 to hero. But the Ellie Shaman one I also was like very proficient at quite quickly. But then the tank one took me fucking twice as long to get similar level in my opinion. Actually, I would argue that I was even worse at tanking than I was even at the end of the challenge for healing and DPS on Ellie Shaman. I thought that whenever I came out of the Ellie Shaman challenge, I felt like I could actually get the 0.1% title that season on Ellie Shaman. Did not feel that way on Holy Priest, but I did feel like I could actually do quite a bit higher than what I was doing. And then for the tank challenge, I felt like I was hundreds of hours away from being close. There's definitely a melee versus caster diff. Yeah, I mean, I'm fine. I think it's fine. Hop up. I mean, there's some range DPS that I'm not that good at natively, like Demonology Warlock. For some reason, that spec just doesn't fucking click that well with me. Fire Mage, oh my fucking god. For some reason, like the other mage specs are really easy, and then Fire, it's some bullshit with like Fire Blast being off the GCD. It just fucks with my head. Like I literally just like miss globals all the fucking time playing Fire. Fucking annoying. Like, could I figure it out eventually? Yes. But I to answer the question, I actually don't think that there's something where, like, I think if you're a certain level at World of Warcraft for spec proficiency, I think you, if given enough time, you can be that proficient at other specializations as well. But you have to really give it a lot of effort. Murrow. Do I want to unused trinket?
Just the thing for you.
Okay. Up. Up. You fucker. Intangible knowledge that you have to learn? Yeah, but I mean, it's all possible, right? It's not, yeah, whatever. Thank you so much. What are people wearing? Still running free runners? Interesting.
Hey, how you doing? Have a good one.
Outlaw? Oh my god. Doug, we're 3 subs away from getting you a treat, big dog.
We need to act fast.
Hey, buddy. I love you. Yeah, give Doug your primes. Yeah. If anybody's got primes available, throw those suckers down so that way we get Doug a treat. We're three subs away. I actually don't think a lot of World of Warcraft specifically is actually like, you know, natural ability or talent. It's a video game at the end of the day. There is maybe some level of natural ability and talent. I think a lot of it really is about effort related towards time put in and trying to be intentional about getting better. Lots of people just play video games for fun. They don't really care about getting better, or they're comfortable being at whatever level they're at, but very few people are like, but very few people are actually like trying to push themselves to be better. I mean, that's fine as long as everybody's like clear with their own goals.
fucking hate Tails being happy. What a dickhead. Fuck you, Tails.
Oh my gosh, Faulty Giant, thank you for the sub. Welcome back for the 6 months. All right, 2 subs away for the treats.
Are you planning a purchase?
Heartstopper Blade.
May my goods
Oh my
Fucking hate
gosh.
Tails being happy.
Natsumi
What a
with the
dickhead.
5-pack.
Fuck you,
Dog,
Tails.
it's time. You zoom out the camera. Look at this. He is fucking stoked. Head already in the drawer. Time for the treat.
I fucking hate Tails being happy. What a dickhead.
Batting
Fuck
that
you,
kitty
Tails.
up. Look, he's our treat. Yeah, finally. Oh shit. At least my corpse. Oh my goodness. He's getting after it. This guy's a beast. I love Doug. He's so sweet. He may need a diet. No, he does not. He does not need a diet. He needed this treat. Yeah, exactly. What he needed was this treat. Has the vet called him fat lately? Well, no, he needs to go to the vet. I need to take him back. I need to take him to the vet so he can get his annual shots. Yeah, it's a perfect baby. He's only 1 year old. What a good boy. Good boy. Buddy, we're out. Now what? Now what? Oh, Doug's smart. Maybe. Alright, we're back. It's a bunch of oranger that I remember. He was whiter whenever he was like
5,
a really
4,
really young kitten.
3, 2,
Yeah, no, he's really orange.
1.
Yeah, he's ragdoll. He's a ragdoll.
We need to act fast.
He's handsome.
4, 3, 2, 1.
Doug, I can't see, buddy. You trim your cat's claws? Yeah, of course. Trimming cat's claws is very easy. See, you see touching their paws? Oh, he never had any issue with me touching his paws. Climbing drywall? Oh my gosh. You have like a scratching post for them and they still try to climb the drywall? Frito feet? Well, I don't know what Frito feet is. Probably not. Three scratching posts, and that guy still tried to climb your drywall. Yeah, Doug doesn't really fuck with scratching posts, but he also doesn't scratch up my shit, so I don't really think about it too much. Dude, why did you just knock the chapstick off the desk? Is it just the voices were calling to you, and so you're just like, yep, this shit has to be done? You don't have any shit to scratch? I mean, he could scratch up the carpet and the couch. I absolutely do have stuff that he could scratch. He could climb the drywall like that guy's cat did. Hell motherfucking no. Couch? Yeah. Climb walls is insane. I've never heard of that.
Do what it takes to defend yourself.
That guy's on demon time for sure. My cat just climbs me instead. I feel like that's a common thing, yeah. Have you thought about putting some carpet on the walls for your cat to climb? No, you do not want to teach them to climb the fucking walls. You want to teach them to not climb the fucking walls. What is that one? That room has a vendor? What is that vendor? You're a cool guy. Thank you. How to ruin your walls 101? Yeah, I mean, for real. Like, absolutely. That's a good way to teach your cat to climb your fucking walls. That walls are for climbing. That shit is not true. Oh. Dude, that was an insane lay on hands. Dude, I'm getting LOS'd. That was some great stream content that will get you insane revenue on YouTube. Coach me to 1% on Boomy. Okay. So where's the revenue come in?
Poking your nose where it doesn't belong.
Why these dungeons compared to season 1?
Sneak.
I think that these dungeons are.
My goods are
Let me just see something. Okay, I gotta go back and look at what that guy had. Is this guy the one that has the weapon? No, no, I didn't get it. No. The boss got pulled and I couldn't buy the fucking amp. Oh my god. We're gonna try to one-phase the boss. Just upload that shit to YouTube. No shade, but I do not believe that that is good content. Below the tank? Just wait. We're all below the tank. I don't know why I'm under attack. We're literally all below the tank.
Naughty little Nibbles. Nibbles. Give mother.
Yeah, above the tank in our hearts, exactly. Thank you. We're saving CDs for this boss. Your CD is 1 minute. How long does it take? It probably depends on how long it takes this guy to get pushed into the phase, right? It's kind of like the first boss of Mr. Scythe, right? I will say the difference in this fight, it's a little bit different. Where this boss not only takes bonus damage whenever Nibbles is dead, but she takes reduced damage whenever Nibbles is alive, right? So right now she's taking 60% reduced damage. Unlike the Mr. Scythe boss, which took normal damage for a little while, then took 90% reduced damage, where the fuck it was. Surge. But like now she's only gonna be taking 40% reduced damage, and she's at 2%, so we just kill her. This thing now. So this weapon's the best, because while bleeding, enemies take 20% increased damage. So I think it's like the old javelin in Necrotic Wake.
Yes, glory to the Sindori. What business have you?
Think of it this way: it becomes a series where new players will YouTube how to play Moonkin. Boom, free ad revenue. I see. I get to do the Zorthus right now. I don't believe that's especially good content, frankly. Your 4.1 patch. I think as time has gone on, guide content on YouTube has began to do worse and worse. And same with reacting to blue post content. That stuff is also just generically done a lot worse over time. It was read the Wowhead guide. I think tools like Archon and Warcraft logs and like that stuff is way more popular now.
Hey, you're getting excellent exposure from this.
Well, I don't think, or they fucking just like rip whatever talents they see on Raider.io. They rip whatever talents they see on Raider.io, and then they just play, right? They don't read a guide or anything like that. I think generic class content does really bad on YouTube right now. But I think it has for a while now. I think it has basically since Shadowlands ended. Like since Dragonflight came out, something like that. Grinding PTR is wild. I'm not grinding the PTR. I'm getting footage for, oh my god, I'm getting footage for a YouTube video. spec for the season 0 to hero. We haven't decided yet. It's gonna be melee DPS though. There's good reaction content's bottom barrel slop. I mean, it's not content. I would say. I think people with like WoW YouTube specifically are looking for actually curated content and not looking for like reactionary stuff, right? Rumi's probably still your marking raid. Yeah, probably. I think Moonkin's good. Yeah, so we haven't picked a melee spec yet. So it's gonna be a melee DPS for the season. Basically, what's gonna be going on is there's a specific rank on my Patreon, and the people that are of that rank are gonna be voting on what specialization we're gonna be playing. If you guys are interested in voting on that, you guys can check out my Patreon as well. ! Patreon to be able to check that out. There's other bonus incentives as well, like you're able to watch like some of my long form videos early and whatnot. Stream for like 14 hours today? I don't know, probably not. I could do like, best I could do is like 4. Why no cast Wrath on single target? It's because you're playing the Loon's Chosen. 4 total. I get like kind of I will say I think it's one of those things that's like built up over time. I get like mentally exhausted whenever I'm streaming. Meld this. You know, Zorthus checking recently? Not a little bit. And Moonkin still OP. But yeah, no, I think that content on YouTube for World of Warcraft has been shifting a lot. I think that content specifically catered towards both classic and retail audiences is an important thing to have. And I think that having a really well-balanced type of content for what you're doing with World of Warcraft content on YouTube is important. But I think that a lot of the pitfalls that some people are falling into right now, in my opinion, are that they're not creating content, right? And I think that is a problem in and of itself. Maybe when they start streaming for 3 hours a day. Look, I'm just bad at streaming for long hours. I like streaming. Streaming for me is something that actually requires like a lot of energy to be kind of mentally engaged in because the way that my streams normally work is I don't sit here and just play World of Warcraft, right? But I sit here and I'm just basically a just chatting stream with World of Warcraft going on in the background. And so for me, after a 4-hour stream, I'm like, my social battery is at 0. I'm like, I gotta go lay down on the couch. How long will this room stay clean? I think that after you clean your room once, it's easy for it to just like stay clean. 4 hours of work is too much. It's more just like 4 hours of consecutive talking. I'm like, ugh. Tired. And then I go work on YouTube videos and don't talk, right? Like, because like after stream today, what I'm gonna go do is I'm not gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm not gonna do anything for the rest of the day. It's like, oh, I'm making a video. So I do a video series every single season about like everything you need to know about Mythic Plus, right? Where it's kind of like you pull it up before you do the dungeon for the first time. Before you walk into that dungeon, you kind of learn what the most important mechanics from the mobs are, that kind of thing. And so like after I'm done with stream today, I'm gonna go work on that, pretty much. Did I miss the Doug tree? Yes, Doug already got the tree. He got it right before this dungeon if you want to go look at that. Stream you fixing your basement? Yeah, you guys want me to stream my conference call on Monday with my insurance agent and my claims adjuster? Please be applicable to tanks. Applicable in the sense that like you learn what the most important mechanics on the most important mobs are. Yes. It's not going to be applicable to tanks in the sense that I'm not going to tell you like, oh yes, this tank buster is very, very scary. Watch out. I'll be like, this pack should not be pulled under any like this pack right here should not be pulled under any circumstances. That'll be a part of the video, right? I'm like, don't fucking pull that pack. It's like I would describe it as like generic knowledge. That's nice. Yeah, it comes out before Mythic Plus starts. But that's why I sit here and do the fucking PTR. It's not because I'm grinding the PTR. PTR is actually not that fun. I sit here and do the PTR so that way I can know all the relevant mechanics for the dungeons. That way I can make a video for viewers to be able to that viewers enjoy, right? That is well informed, because I feel like I would be very uncomfortable if I didn't put a bunch of effort into it. I died! What was that hit me for? What was that, like 75% health or something? I got some cool content plans for this season, though. We're gonna try a raid prog series. I'm trying something new with raid this season. Hopefully it goes well. It's gonna be a weekly series that basically covers my experiences in the raid, and the main emphasis of the series is to be entertaining and not to be like super educational. While there will be educational moments where I'll be like explaining mechanics or explaining like difficult parts of a fight or whatever, a lot of it's meant to intentionally be something that you can watch, especially even if you know like nothing about the raid. I'm trying to series this season with that kind of intentionality with the raid, because I think that raid content on YouTube is very I don't know, does not exist even. I was about to say it's very rare to see good YouTube content, or good raid content on YouTube. But, yeah. That's what we're going for. A lot of weeks of benched again. I was only benched on... This season, I was only benched on Paladins and Lura. Last season, I was only benched on Salhadar and Fractalus. I don't know, I'm not really benched in my guild. Fabricate some drama? I don't know about fabricating drama. My guild's pretty low, drama. A lot of the emphasis is not going to be about my guild specifically, although, you know, I might have some moments from some of the people in my guild because they're funny, but the intention of this series is not to be about like my guild. It's about like chronicling my journey in the raid, if that makes any sense. Although we do have some funny fucking characters in my guild, so you know, at some point there's gonna be parts where they show up, but they're not gonna be like main characters of the story in a lot of instances. It's gonna be fun. Like that. The intention of this is it's supposed to be fun. Hopefully it turns out in reality how I feel about it in my mind. We'll see though. The White Feast, yeah, exactly. The fucking Syl. We have a priest healer in our guild where we have like an ongoing bit where we ask him what he eats for dinner, and he always says the most random fucking shit. Like this guy's got at any given time 4 gallons of white milk in his fridge, and he drinks like an obscene amount of milk per day, and eats like, he just eats like random shit. And like a really fucking funny thing that he said one time, it was like we were right before Bellerin. We always ask him what he ate for ate that day, and he goes, "I had a white feast." And we're like, "What the fuck is a white feast?" He goes, "I had gravy and turkey and ham and sautéed chicken, and there was no pepper in sight." It's like, dude. He's like, "Yeah, a white feast." It's like, dude. Dumbass. Like, shit like that might show up in the fucking raid series, but it's not intentional for it to be like, yeah, these are the people of my guild. Not even white pepper? Nope. A white feast. That's what he called it. He called it a white feast. We were just like, what? That was good shit. I lost my shit whenever he said that. We were like clearing the trash up until Bellerin, and he fucking hits us with that shit. But yeah, that's the plan for the raid series. Hopefully it turns out great. It's meant to be entertaining. Like it's meant to be one of those things that even if you don't play retail, say you played retail in the past, or somebody who's like currently subscribed to Classic or something like that, it's supposed to be watchable for those people as well, right? The emphasis is supposed to be on entertainment first and foremost. It's kind of like if somebody watched the Race to World first or whatever, they don't have to actually play retail to be able to watch the Race to World first. Kind of same thing. Explaining WoW players, popcorn. That shit was funny fucking shit. 4 gallons? Dude, he's posted a screenshot of his fucking fridge before, and it's genuinely so much goddamn milk. It's remarkable. What percent? I have no idea. Probably 2% if I had to guess. What's wrong with milk? There's nothing wrong with milk. It's just that's a lot of milk, right? Like, he drinks like an obscene amount of milk on a per week basis. I don't think it's skim, is it? Milk is gross. Milk is not gross, but like that is like a ridiculous amount. Obscene amount of milk. I mean, enough to where that guy has 4 gallons of milk in his fucking fridge at any given time. Like, what? Or that shit goes bad after what? Like 20 days or something? Whenever you buy that from the grocery store?
As long as Silvermoon has needed, I'll give them the fell they desire.
It ends here, Lithio.
A little over 2 weeks. Yeah, like the fact that he can have that much in his fridge and it doesn't go bad, it's like ridiculous. A bodybuilder? No, I'm pretty sure that guy's like a withered.
Feel the best. Make them death.
Pretty sure that guy and withered Jimmer bros. Bloody Kid's still the best tank? Yeah, probably. This shit is all fucking dead. We're doing our keys way too motherfucking low. My pad, bro. That guy's calcium maxing. Yeah, that guy is never gonna have osteoporosis. His bones are strong as fuck. Gotta feed your withered the ancient milk. The ley lines beckon, bro. Oh, this is good to get buffed this way? Dude. Our first pull of the dungeon dies too quick, man.
Still threatens.
The Void Storm frightens the city, for good reason.
Yeah, he was fucking scratching my leg. Somebody's gotta get their nails trimmed today, big dog. We're counting toilet paper rolls now. Lock in. Oh my god. It's time. Oh my.
I dread to think what is living in that bin. Oh, you'll be surprised what's in the bin. You'll be surprised what's in the bin.
What do you mean by that? How many rolls?
So the plan for the day, we're gonna be picking up all
You
these
still moving
rolls,
that bucket around? Is he fucking really?
and then get all the plastic as well. And then we can clean up this. We can clean up the sink.
Jesus. Wait, what's this JB clip? JB got by Wait, did he get banned or something?
Oh, ow, fuck. Oh my, dude. I actually got shocked in my fucking ear from that. What the fuck?
Wait, what happened?
Oh, ow, fuck.
Wait, what shocked him? Like his fucking headphone or something?
Some bugs on this.
Bro, wait, throw the shit away. You deplete, you get shocked now? Yeah, you have to wear a shock collar. You deplete a key, you get shocked. It's an alarm clock? Fuck is this shit? Why does he have an alarm clock on his toilet? Hey, you let that many rolls stack up? I have no idea. You see the toilet yet? No. I'll link you in Discord. Do I want to see the toilet, man? Like, is this... Yes. Look, I had to see it, so you guys have to see it too. Oh my god. Dude, what the fuck? Is that AI? No, I don't believe that that's AI. I believe that that's genuine. Ugh. Ugh. If my toilet was like that, I wouldn't be streaming it. Hell fucking no, dude. Yeah, absolutely not.
Keep it real.
I need some bleach. Yeah, I need some eye bleach. Yeah, he needs a hazmat suit. Holy fuck, I would be. The zero shame is impressive. I don't know if he's shameless. Doug wants attention? Yes, he does. Look, all it... He just needs a prediction. What's the... Oh my god. What am I guessing? Guys, how many? Doug, you're on the fucking keyboard.
Okay. The plan for the bathroom. I dread to think what is...
I feel like the number is like 100 to 150. I don't know how many points I got. 10,000. 10,000 on this. Yo, glad you enjoyed the videos. You just say 100 to 150? I feel like the number's 100, but... Bro, he's got... I gotta close this. $250? It didn't look like that many, but maybe it's watching his stream makes you uncomfortable. Yeah, it makes me uncomfortable too. His trash can is filled entirely with his rolls as well. Okay, but how many rolls do you think fill up that trash can? You're talking about that small trash bin, right? Sal's gonna show us his bathroom. Bro, my bathroom is like normal. I'm not like
5,
insanely
4,
clean or anything,
3,
but like my
2,
bathroom is like
1.
fucking normal. Maybe I misread the stitch on how many fucking rolls of
5, 4,
toilet rolls that is.
2, 1.
A large attack only causes the light bloom to spread. A few striking the most dangerous. That is best.
Dungeons more or less fun compared to season 1. Probably a little bit less, but I think that's something similar to this dungeon pool compared to season 1 is that there's like very few like bad dungeons. Hasn't cleaned since January 23. Yeah, he said after Razagath he cleaned on January 22nd, 2023 was the last time his home was cleaned. I spent the time cleaning my house. Yes. Look, you can even turn that into content if you really think about it. There's those, like, fucking YouTube channels where those guys mow yards. Look, somebody will watch something on YouTube. It's all about capturing an audience. What was that show with Howie Mandel? The home renovation one? Can't remember. The one where they had the bus.
So this is where Rumia has hidden himself.
Yeah, that's the one. What was that show? Can't remember. Extreme Makeover Home Edition. That's what it was. Good comms. That is what that fucking show was. Remember the Howie Mandel show? He needs Howie Mandel to come fucking help that guy out. There's a guy that does shorts that mows people's yards that are overgrown. Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about. Yeah. Look, there's always content for somebody on YouTube. How does mowing yards and chopping lumber win? I don't know if that's what I'm built for. I think I'm built for, like, playing video games and walking and going to get my girlfriend coffee at like 8 a.m. I mean, it's 166. I already lost. I guess 100 to 150. My guess was bad. Oh, that was Ty Petting? Dude, why did I think Howie Mandel did that? Howie Mandel did Deal or No Deal, I knew that. I don't know why I thought he also did Extreme Makeover Home Edition. I have no fucking idea, or whatever, it doesn't really matter. Doesn't really matter. ABC from the fucking 2000s. Go get coffee at 8 a.m. Look, I'll go at 6 if I have to. The stream germaphobe? Yeah, true. Does this guy actually do anything aside from, like, summon the fucking lashers out of the ground? Okay, that uproot cast does some damage. Yo, what's up, Sab? Congratulations on your desk map, by the way, that you won from Kalamazoo. Is that the 200s? GG. You give it to Thel? Oh my gosh. Congratulations. Hell yeah. They're at a desk mat? Okay. That's valid. Look, you could have used a Warlock themed one. How long do you think it takes him to throw away toilet paper roll? I don't know. How long does it take me? What do I go through? Like, by myself? Probably... Seems normal. 1 every 2 weeks. Maybe a little bit longer. Windwalker Monk? I personally do not play Windwalker Monk. I am... The one time I played that spec, I was terrible at it. I know it's good in Mythic Plus currently. It's really good at had AoE damage on like the first pull of a dungeon with Bloodlust, and it's not that great at single target, but I think overall it is quite good in Mythic Plus. The bidet. What do I look French? Oh no, the title's bait. Although I have been getting absolutely fucking rinsed during the session with Ashine and Terrathal. Maybe Moonkin's worse than I thought it was. Everything I've seen from it single target makes it not look great, but it does good damage on AoE. Oh my god. I'm alive. $300? Oh my god. It's like one of those jelly bean jar things. Oh my! I'm alive. That was almost really bad. This bleed is so fucking painful. Heal me. I'm alive. That bleed is monka. What the fuck? Not good single target. Gotcha. Good dwarf. Alright, we're less than in 30. Gosh. Bang! Yes, I'm sad. Some angel will pick you up, won't let you go down. Dude, last time I fell down, I got sent back to the fucking entrance. I jumped off during the boss fight, though. Some life advice. The new meta comp confirmed? I don't know all that. Maybe I'm the fucking woe, but I'm not doing very much damage. I'll hit my fucking character, bro. Why do you like Moonkin so much? Huh. Why? Autism? I don't know, maybe. A lot of my enjoyable times playing World of Warcraft involved me playing a Moonkin, completely independent of whether or not I enjoy Moonkin or not. So now I'm just kind of... I play Moonkin trying to recapture those feelings that I once had, even though it had nothing to do with me playing Balanced Druid, so I still play Balanced Druid even to this day.
I would not expose them to the light bloom long.
Probably something like that. Why do PvEers not use Glyph of the Stars and they mostly use Moonkin form? Because Moonkin form looks fucking sick, no? Because, first and foremost, Transmog is cringe and should have never been added to the game. Secondly, Druid, even if Transmog was added to the game, Druid should be forced to actually use their forms. And third, Druid forms should have more customization options and be cooler. And Blizzard's failing the Druid player base by not adding more customization options. If you play a Resto Druid, you should also be forced to go into tree form. I think that Glyph of Stars is an abomination and should be deleted. Want to be a cute elf, not a tree? You can play something else. Good news, there is a different class for you. You chose to play a shapeshifter.
With the light bloom, I can restore the Haranir to what we must be. But you stand...
I don't know, fucking... I don't know, I like walking around like a big goddamn chicken. That's the reason that I play Moonkin, man. I don't know. That's the reason I play Moonkin for. I think it looks funny. It's kind of fucking troll. That's pretty much it. It's actually not that serious. I suspect it's probably something similar. It's kind of funny to walk around as a big fat chicken. I wield the Scythe of Elune. It guides me to do the most damage. It burns the mobs. The power of the moon and the stars beckon at my whim. People are definitely gonna think you're serious. I mean, I don't give a fuck about Transmog, but like, I do think it's weird. I am... I mean, I was kind of joking, but like on a scale of 1 to 10, I don't really care that much. Like, I'm probably like a 2 or a 3. But I actually do think that all those things are kind of true. Like, I actually don't think that transmog is especially good for the game. Although transmog is kind of interesting because it created gameplay by adding transmog, and so I don't think that they should remove it. But I'm not so certain it should have ever been added, right? To kind of keep the prestige of like what gear visually meant. I think it's kind of because now gear is similar to like titles, right? Where there's so much gear, so many sets that it's hard to actually see a gear or a set or whatever, and it's kind of interesting. A lot of it just looks samey. And I do actually think that about druid forms, even though, again, I don't really care. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'm probably like a 2. But like, I don't think that, like, you kind of sign up to play a druid, you should be a shapeshifter. You should be forced to be. They fucking hotfixed that? Are you kidding me? Are you fucking kidding?
Know your place.
It's only a matter of time. They can't stack them, not anymore.
I call the light. Your friends are next.
I knew about that, but was in CDs, so I couldn't type. You weren't killing that waffle guy. Dude, we didn't know that they hotfixed the boss. Make special effects on it for clearing mythic or something? Well, so it's kind of like mounts as well, right? Where there are so many mounts, there are so many transmog pieces, there are so many titles that whenever there's so much of it, it's hard for any of it to actually look prestigious, right? It's kind of this it's like the prestige argument where everybody has ego, everybody wants to seem unique, everybody wants to feel special with their accomplishments. It's why titles like the Immortal are still valuable, because they got removed. Transmog is kind of in a similar vein, where if the only transmog you wore was the gear that your character currently had, you could easily at a glance look at somebody's character and understand roughly the skill level that they were at. It's kind of the same thing as if you have 5 Death Knights in your LFG window, and they all are 292 item level, instead of picking them based on their class or their item level, you're instead only going to pick them based on who has higher IO. Same thing goes for like transmog, right? By everybody having cool and unique transmogs, then it makes the transmog just as a whole less cool and less unique, because everybody has access to cool and unique transmogs. Same way. It's kind of just I don't know. I feel less strong about transmog specifically, and more strong about druid shouldn't be allowed to go into fucking astral form or human form as resto, but I don't feel super strongly about either one. People recognize the mythic mounts whenever they're current, but imagine you couldn't have gotten invincible outside of when it was current. I mean, now they do fucking collectathon mount events. What was that shit called? The Collector's Bounty? I'm bad with intersection. 2%? 3%? Something like that? 3%, I think? Fuck that FOMO shit. It's not foam. I don't think it's... Look, I don't like that argument. Mostly because I don't think it has anything to do with FOMO. I think it's literally just like designing interesting and unique rewards. Yeah, like, to me, I don't think it has anything to do with fear of missing out. I think it's how do you design the most unique and interesting rewards that players want to get, right? Because like, can you think about the fucking mythic transmog this tier? Like, you don't actually have to do anything to get the mythic transmog this tier. It's not a reward that people want to get, right? Even though it should be in theory a reward for players, it's not something that people want to get, because if you're given it, it's not a reward. That's the argument, right? Like, again, I'm probably like a 2 out of 10 on how strongly I feel about that, but oh my god.
I wish you had lasted a little longer.
Mythic mount should be tied to cutting edge and go away after. I mean, I think that that's a reasonable take. Like, at the same time, like the way that Blizzard has designed the game, they've designed it in a way that they want mythic mounts to not be a big point of contention and instead be a very achievable reward for players 2 expansions later, which I also understand, right? The prestige is in the fact that you had it for 2 years, not in the fact that it was limited and exclusive. I think both are fairly reasonable. But I do think that the game does, generally speaking, have a pretty severe lack of prestige rewards, is probably the term I would use, that are limited time and impactful. Very few rewards are both limited time and impactful in terms of like people really fucking want them, right? The first thing I've seen in a while that's kind of an important prestige reward is like the 1% Mythic Plus mount. I feel like that's the first thing that they've released in a very long time that kind of goes in line with that, right? Legion Mage Tower? Yeah, but I mean that's been fucking I don't know, 8 years now? What year was that, 2018? 2017, 2018, something like that. That's when Mage Tower came out, and then Legion ended 2018. This community absolutely hates FOMO. Well, of course. Like, I mean, if you're presented with something that you don't think you can get because you're not good enough or you're not willing to put in the time or effort, your immediate response is going to be, "Hey, this is FOMO, right? I'm not going to get this. Why did you design something for me to not be able to get?" Like that's the gut reaction. Similar challenge whenever they get them. Oh, I mean that's valid as fuck, right? Like, I think that. Yeah, the thing is like how content scales over time. I mean, you're absolutely right. If the game was designed similar to a way to like Final Fantasy with like ultimates and shit like that, where if you do an ultimate in 2014 versus you do an ultimate in 2025, you have the same gear and it should be pretty much the same difficulty, aside from like strategy innovations. I'm in, right? Like I think that makes sense because you're doing something equally difficult to be able to get the reward. But I mean, WoW is just not designed like that. Isthal is getting beat up. I'm using the Mage Tower at the end of Legion. Oh, I mean, sure. But I mean, even the Mage Tower was not hard. The Mage Tower was hard and then got easy. The Mage Tower is more of a question of waiting, right? It's kind of like getting Keystone Master, where getting Keystone Master on week 1 of the patch is, I won't say impressive, but it's not the hardest thing ever. Whereas getting Keystone Master right now is like fucking 4 dungeons or something, right? Old ultimates are way easier because you can skip a lot of mechanics. Okay, sure. I don't play Final Fantasy. That was maybe a bad example. You get the point. No, I mean, I think it's about designing well. I don't think that every reward needs to be easy or hard. It's about designing rewards that are that have good incentives for players. But like Mog is like something that, because everybody has access to really cool Dragon Slayer Mogs from the past, they're not that unique, right? If you walk around Silvermoon, everybody kind of looks the same. You don't look at people's transmogs because they don't really matter. But I mean, yeah, the fucking... I do. But you're not in awe of anything, right? You're not in awe of their mog. You're not like, wow, this was a very tough transmog to get.
The light bloom is persistent. We too must be.
$428, that is insane. That is not what I thought it was going to be. But I agree on the Mog part. Yeah, sure. I mean, mounts... the reason that the lure mount is cool is because it's a current level accomplishment. Right? People understand that right now the lure mount is impressive. Right? Whereas if you couldn't go back... Okay, if somebody was walking around on the Felsteel Annihilator, for example, the Archimon mount, most people would be like, that guy probably got the Felsteel Annihilator during the fucking Collector's Bounty. Very infrequently are they like, oh yeah, that guy fucking killed Archimon when it was current. Are you getting diffed in DPS because Boomy is bad or because other reasons? Probably mostly because I'm just bad. I think it's probably player skill. Mostly. You're streaming and chatting? I mean, I'm sure that doesn't help. Like, I perform quite a bit worse whenever I'm streaming and chatting, right? Because I'm not, like, actually paying attention. But I don't know. I think it's a little bit of skill diff, a little bit of concentration gap, bit of both. No, I definitely just said that it was, the reasons were myself. The big G. The keys to the big G. Yeah, this is insane. Yeah. He had 400. 431. Holy fuck. This growl clip.
What if you just accidentally let Tuttles die for comedic value? I don't need to do anything to let that guy die. I can just exist normally and he will die in ridiculous ways.
Whoa, 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 whoa. That guy, the last time he cleaned was January of 2023. Who buys 100 toilet rolls a year? Well, no. He uses 100 toilet rolls a year. 133. Portland. I don't know where Broderick Castle is. I'm clicking up here. I'm just clicking Scotland. 2 a week? I feel like that's a lot, but Haunted. I don't know where this is. Fuck. My gut reaction is to click down here in the Riviera, but I think it's probably up here somewhere. Oh, it was over here even. What the fuck? That's bad. I feel like I use one every like 2 weeks. So it's either here or like here. I wanted to do those. I'll click. Yeah, 1 to 2 a month. That's what I was saying. Like I use like Mombasa. Awesome. Nairobi's down here to south. I think Mombasa's like up here. No, Mombasa's in the water. Kazakhstan. Up here, but like, I have no idea what this is. This could be anywhere. I think I just clicked in not Kazakhstan. Yeah, as I say, I'm pretty sure I just clicked in the wrong fucking card. I'm pretty sure I just clicked in China. There's many things I clicked, and I was like, wait a second, I'm definitely not in the right spot. That is a lot of toilet paper, right? Was this us cutting shit in half? That was definitely wrong. I need to go like through here, I think. 436 rolls, that's brutal. That's so fucking many. Yeah, he's live cleaning. He's cleaning. This is good. It's good. It's good. It's getting better. Like, genuinely, it's getting better. Ramping. Yeah, look, it's getting better. You definitely see improvement. I think he's got probably like, I don't know, 10 hours ahead of him or something, but hard as hell to deal with at that point. Yeah, look, it's... I'd have been chucking shit, like, for sure. That shit's getting all... Everything's thrown away. Hired somebody if my house is that bad? I feel like very few cleaning services are willing to clean that, though. But yeah, maybe. I'd want to hire someone, but then I'd also be embarrassed, so frozen anxiety. Look, I would fucking hire somebody... I don't know. I would hire somebody then fucking left. Like, sayonara, I'll be back later. Like, your house has to get cleaned somehow. I think it's one of those things, too, that, like... The point at which it's actually cleaned the first time, it makes it so much easier to fucking maintain. Maybe. I mean, it's just, I guess it's all about money, right? It's all about money and time. You think you see my house, it'd probably seem worse. It's kind of like whenever I was learning to drive a manual transmission car, my stepdad gave me some pretty good advice. He goes, just know that there's nothing that you can do to this car that somebody hasn't done worse at some point. He goes, as long as you're trying to learn the... He was like, as long as you're actually trying to learn how to shift into gears properly and you're not riding the clutch too much and stuff like that, he goes... Messing up one time is fine. There's nothing that somebody has done that's not worse. He's not gonna learn his lesson. I think that this is easy. Like, I think that, like, the moment that you clean it once, as long as you're like, I think that the getting it to the clean state the first time is way fucking harder. Yeah, even if you only clean it once a week, like, dude, to me, I think the biggest hack as an adult is if you allocate some amount of your monthly budget of entertainment money. if you allocate some amount of your monthly budget of entertainment money to hiring somebody who will come like every 2 weeks to clean your house a little bit, just to tidy shit up, you know, like deep clean the stove and stuff like that, that is a fucking game changer. Like, and it's kind of the same thing with the Zorthus thing. Like, he doesn't necessarily need to hire somebody, but like, dude, once you get it cleaned the first time, if you just, again, like you said, clean once a week, completely, it's so much easier. I mean, yeah, that big of a project, it's hard to like start because you're like, where the fuck do I even begin? That's like the paralysis by scale thing, right? Where you see, you're like, God damn. But whenever you're like, yeah, I have to pick up, like right now I'm looking at my couch. There are 3 blankets that are like kind of strewn across my fucking couch. And there's like a t-shirt that's on the floor, but that's about it, right? Whenever you look at it like that, it's like, that's easy to clean up. That's like fucking 15 seconds. Now that Moonkin is dead, I don't know. Analysis paralysis? Well, I mean, I think that this is like even something different, right?
Interesting.
How's your tummy today? It was feeling pretty bad last night, but I'm feeling better today. I don't eat that much. I don't eat that much fast food like in a year. I think I may eat fast food like once every couple of months. My tummy was hurting. That was a good Kalamazoo stream though. What'd you get? I don't know. Kalamazoo ordered me $75 worth of Taco Bell. Is that a dead cat in the background? Just asleep. I snapped my fingers and he literally didn't even respond. Okay, there. He's not dead. He's like, can you stop fucking snapping your fingers, you heifer? A treat coma. He's in a treat coma. The cat? Yeah. He's a big cat. It's a big fella. Yeah. He's 19 pounds. I resisted ordering any. Dude, yeah, my stomach hurt. Kalamazoo ordered me like $75 worth of food, including something that he custom created, and he called it the Hantavirus burrito, where it was like double lettuce, pickled onions, and jalapenos or something. I took a bite into it. I was like, what the fuck is this thing? Demented. That was demented as fuck. Moonkin, no, he's a ragdoll. He's
5, 4.
He's kind of overweight. He's not that fat.
2, 1.
There's a cat channel in my Discord where I post cat pics all the time. If people wanna join my Discord and look at the cat pics.
5, 4.
He's not that
3,
fat.
2.
Yo, what's up, Dorky? Bark and stuff. Oh, I'm dead. Okay, I'm not dead. Beautiful legs of the race? Dude, yeah, I don't know. He just hit his legs with 2 wax strips. Not sure I've ever seen a cat that's not at least a little bit overweight. My last cat I had, Bert, that guy was not overweight. Doug is, Doug is a very food motivated cat. Let's say. That guy loves a snack. But like, don't we all? The COVID pounds, they don't count. What the meta will be? Nah, we don't really know yet. I've leveled all the tanks and want to swap to a tank in Season 2. Oh, right now the meta tank looks like it's going to be Blood Decay, but it could always change. They're supposed to have pouches. I mean, yeah. He's well insulated. The winter would be easy for him. Let's say it like that. Oh my god. Growl? Unlock. What exactly is Kalamazzi doing on his stream? Okay, so Kalamazzi was doing a July subathon to help pay the bills, right? And last night, I went to Orlando, Florida, and hosted the final day of his subathon. And one of the goals was Kalamazzi buys me Taco Bell.
I fucking hate Tattles being
And then-
happy. What a dickhead.
Yo, thank you for
Fucking
the sub. The Taco Bell just showed up. Yeah, Kalamazzi's got the dirty bulk going on. When does the fucking mob's shield a minute? Oh, fuck. Yeah, but until Blood Decay gets taken out behind the shed 2 weeks before the patch, is Blood Decay really that OP? Like, I don't know if I would classify Blood Decay as really that OP. Like, is it the best tank? Yeah, I mean, it is, but like, it's not. I don't feel like it's that egregious, actually, but like, I think current Guardian is like stronger than Blood Decay looks to me. How much of the meta is I wait and see what China's playing? I mean, you can have a good idea what you think is going to be the meta prior to the season coming out. Like, I think something that also shapes the meta every single season is race roll first tuning, right? Because a lot of the race roll first tuning is stuff that's like slated to try to make classes more closer together in raids, which sometimes a spec that is good, not great in Mythic Plus is fucking awful in Raid. and then they get Giga buffed, right? And then they end up being meta in Mythic Plus. That happened for Moonkin in War Within Season 2, where they were pacing to be like by far the worst spec in Raid, but they were good, not great in Mythic Plus, and then they got a fucking 12% buff or something, and then they ended up being meta, because it turns out like a 12% buff is enough to bring up any class. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of tuning that's still yet to happen. I mean, China sets the early pace for like early season compositions that people are looking at, but the meta will settle certainly with a bit more class tuning too. Bless me. Bless me. I mean, like, right now, I think the best specializations are, like, Arms Warrior and Arcane Mage, right? For DPS, that is. But there's a lot of good DPS specializations. Last patch, I think the DPS specializations were even closer. Hunter was a little bit OP, though, but... I mean, people weren't really playing Augmentation Evoker at the beginning of last season, right? Like, everybody kind of knew that Aug was really good, but people weren't, like, logged into Aug on the cup, you know, the first, say, month of the season. Very, very few comps, or very few groups were even playing with an Aug because, I don't know, because people weren't really pushing. And nobody was really playing around Aug in a way that would make it good. Like, Ret Paladin looked insane at the beginning of the season, right? China knew that huge for I don't even know about China. I think it was one group. I think it was just that Z-Main group. They were the only group that was like pulling around Aug at all. Like they've been playing Aug all the way through on the PTR too, and I could not figure out why, because Aug, every time I looked at it in logs, it did not look that good. Also, World First happened. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of class tuning that happened. Fucking Devour Demon Hunter randomly got buffed, even though that was like the best spec in the game too. You have unopened items in collection. I'm saving those. They're valuable. It's like it's the same reason that I invest in Pokemon and Riftbound cards. I don't buy them to open them, right? Even though it's an item in my collection, I buy them to keep them unopened. They're worth more to me unopened than they're worth opened. Did Devour get buffed? I don't know, like week 6 of the patch or something. They got like a pretty significant single target buff. What's the ratio of good Augs to bad Augs so high? Because Aug is hard to play. Aug is, if it's not the hardest spec to play, it's the second hardest behind Devourer. Aug is incredibly challenging to play currently. Aug players, look, man, most specs are pretty easy, and Aug you actually have to like pay attention to your fucking duplicate and shit. That spec is actually like really fucking hard. I'm also a Moonkin player. Like, AUG is not a spec that you're gonna like phone it in on and just do adequate damage. You have to, first off, you have to be really paying attention, and secondly, you actually have to know what you're doing. And a lot of people just in general don't know what they're doing, much less people who are trying to do like 21s, right? The Evan Might in the bag, that is not good enough, right? If you just put the Evan Might in the bag, you're gonna do no fucking damage. Don't you have any blinds? I don't need blinds for this room. Because I don't want to kill the natural light in this room. The bullying? Moonkin's easy. Spec is easy. Yeah, AUG is like, so the momentum of like having duplicates up all the time and having 2 duplicates up all the time is something that's actually quite hard to play, and knowing when to triple/quad bombard is like a really big, you know, decision point. AUG is a specialization where you make tons and tons and tons of decisions all the time. It's not rotationally, it's very simple. I don't think it actually has a lot of buttons, but you're constantly making a lot of very important decisions as to what to do, and a lot of people are just really bad at making decisions. Decision making in World of Warcraft is quite hard, and so people are bad at AUG. You're gonna feel differently after I show up in your backyard. Oh my god. That'd be crazy. Bad ones, I stopped inviting. I mean, I feel like it's literally similar to Devour Demon Hunter. I bet if you invite an average Devour Demon Hunter, they fucking suck and they do no damage, and they get like 3 collapsing stars off per void meta, and they are actually... You would have been better off playing 3 Unholy DKs. I wouldn't be shocked if even at like a 21 level, if you would be better off playing 3 Unholy Death Knights as opposed to Devour Demon Hunter and an Augmentation Evoker. Because Unholy DK is very, very easy to play, and Devour and Aug are very hard in comparison. They did all the rotation. And most classes of rotation, like, so in most classes, whenever you have to make decisions, you're just making a decision on like when to press your cooldowns. And for a lot of specializations, that decision is basically just like you press that shit on CD. For AUG, it's like every 30 seconds or so, you have to make the most important decision of the key to like what's the next. Like you have to make an equally important decision. Like always. And it's the problem is like there are right and wrong answers, and a lot of times the right and wrong answer isn't based on anything that you as the Augmentation Evoker do, but it's based around like what other people do as well. And so you have to really understand what the fuck is happening, and most people just don't understand what's happening. Most people in general are passengers in Mythic Plus and don't care to like figure out what the fuck, like understand like what is my tank about to do here. Most people are just like sitting there passengers, and so like it is not a specialization that you can be reactive on at all. I've had such bad experience with Devours. I mean, Devour is fucking broken, so it's insanely broken. Like that spec is unbelievable, but kind of, it's literally the same thing as AUG, right? If you end up fucking up your Void Metamorphosis and you get 4 collapsing stars on average per Void Meta, you are actually fucking worthless. You should log off and log on to a Death Knight if your main goal is to do equal level damage. How's Boone feeling? It's like fine. Yeah, yeah. I just wish people couldn't get to Resil 20 without mastering the spec. I mean, if you can get cutting edge, you can get the 1% title. Like, and people who get cutting edge very frequently do not master their specialization. Mastering a specialization is something that fucking 80 players in the world might do. Like, I'm not a master of Moonkin. I'm a fraud. No, no, no. World of Warcraft has an insanely high skill ceiling, and one that people don't really want to admit it, right? Because everybody believes that they're good at World of Warcraft. And so, you know, because people will tell you, oh yeah, I was the best hunter on my server. I was really good in Wrath of the Lich King, but now I just don't take the game serious because I don't have time. I could be good if I put in effort. And they believe that their skill is... They believe that their skill in Wrath of the Lich King was good, and it probably wasn't. And they believe that their skill now could be good if they put in time, and it can't. But there's insane dissonance with this specifically. Where most people believe that they're much better than they are. Let's call out my dad like that. Yeah, dude, everybody's fucking dad believes that they were good at World of Warcraft at some point, and they could be good if they actually put in time and effort, and it's probably not true. The skill ceiling of World of Warcraft is insanely high, and people don't really recognize that. The better you get, the more mediocre you feel. Oh yeah, I mean, there's a certain level where you like, anytime whenever I was in that group with Yips and a Shine, somebody came in my chat and was like, why are you doing so much less damage than them? And I just responded, I was like, I don't know, I'm just not that good. Right? And like, that's kind of the actual answer is, Moonkin is maybe worse than Elemental Shaman. I'm not 100% sure, but it might be. But I know that I'm a much worse player than a Shine is, and I know that I'm a, you know... So, like, for me to be able to analyze, like, that specifically is hard to do. And there is also the issue of, like, you know, I'm fucking streaming, I'm not, like, really super locked in, but, like, again, however much damage that is hard to tell. But the immediate answer is, like, I don't know, I'm just not that good. But most people believe that they... Because people measure their success based on whether or not they timed a key or whether or not they killed a raid boss. Very few people are willing to go the extra step to measure success in terms of like how much better they got, because most people are they'll tell you that they're okay with constructive criticism, they'll tell you that they want to improve, but most people are not willing to put in the effort and the time that it takes to actually improve. You know, there's been many instances where I've also felt the same, where I'm just like, I'm kind of okay with the level that I'm at. Yeah, mastering your spec is like not really in my opinion, a thing that happens. Like, we're talking, like, Race to World First Raiders are the only people that are mastering their specialization, genuinely. Because the first thing that you have to do before you can master any specialization is you have to be able to master the fucking game. And to be able to master the game, you know, you're playing with a different intention. You're not logging into World of Warcraft with a stream up on your second monitor and trying to, you know, play while watching Netflix or something like that. And you're actually really you're conscious about everything that's happening all the time, and you're trying to be present in every single pull. And you're not looking at your fucking damage meter on a pro pull basis, right? Because damage meters are also distracting you from the main goal of every single global you need to be present for. And the reason that we don't do this is because it's not very fun, right? Everybody plays video game just to enjoy it, just to have fun. So, I mean, I get it, but like... But everybody believes that they're better at World of Warcraft than they are, for sure. Except me, the smile. Yeah, well, it's a lot of times too. People measure success based on whether or not they achieved their goals. And goals in World of Warcraft are fairly easily achievable, but very few people are trying to go above and beyond to try to be better than what they were. Right? They're trying to get good enough to be able to achieve said goal, and then after they get good enough to achieve said goal, then they stop trying to progress. Show up and do okay. I mean, like, for me, I'm like pretty comfortable with the level I play at as well, but I'm not, but I also don't sit there and be like, the effort required to achieve my current goals is reasonable, but if I want to go to the next level, it'd be a ton of investment, and I don't got that in me. Yeah, but most people are unwilling to admit that, right? They'll blame it on other things. Most people don't like to admit that they're just not good enough. Are you rating this tier? Yeah, I am. Like, something that's true about me is, like, for this has always been true. I cannot begin to explain why. I've always been much better at rating than I am at Mythic Plus. For one reason or another, it's something that I think about. I don't want to say it a lot, but I have thought about it a lot in the past, where my skill in Mythic Plus is always like a step behind my skill in... What the fuck? We got double corruption versus... Really? I paid the price too? You fucking kidding me? And they forced your hand? What do you mean? I've been raiding. I've been raiding again since Undermine. Liquid didn't carry me, pull me back. I mean, whenever I was first getting into the game, my thought process for guilds that I wanted to join was, I want to be the worst player in this guild. I want to look out, and it wasn't like, oh yeah, I want to achieve this rank, I want to achieve this goal. It was, my goal was, I want to be the worst, I want to feel like I am the worst player in this guild. And so I kept jumping guilds whenever I felt like I was of the top half of the guild, or a bit more. I would just leave and I would join a better, more progressed guild. And at some point, I was just like, you know what? It wasn't like, oh, I've hit my skill ceiling. I was in a world rank, I think we got like world rank like 35th or something, guild in Legion and BFA. And at some point, I was just like, this is where I'm comfortable at. I didn't then want to do what it takes to jump another level after that. Like, and a lot of people put their goals, and they set their goals as like, oh yeah, I want to get whatever rank, I want to do whatever thing. But if your goal is always relative to other people, if your goal is like, I want to be the fucking best, right? I want to be my goal is to actually be I wish I could be the worst player in my guild, because everybody around me is so fucking good. Like, if that's the goal, then it's always going to be, you're going to be pushing yourself off something intangible as opposed to something tangible, like, oh yeah, I'm looking for this rank. Not in the race roll first. Well, they don't try. Genuinely, I mean, they don't really try. I don't know. I couldn't begin to tell you how close or how far they are from average, from like NA and European guilds, because they really don't try. No, I was raiding this here. I like raiding. Raiding's fun. So much better at keys than raid. I don't know. There's something about raid I'm like much better at than the Mythic Plus. I think a lot of people believe that they're better at raid than they truly are too. Not saying that's about you, but I think in general a lot of people believe that they're better at Mythic Plus than they are. because I think that whenever they look at raid, they start comparing themselves to logs a lot of the time, and so there's kind of like a thing to look at to be like, oh yeah, there's this many people that are better than me. Whenever you start looking, like trying to compare yourself to other people in Mythic Plus, it's hard to really quantify like better or worse. Like for me, I kind of always had this like knowledge, like that I'm just like for some reason better at raid than I am at Mythic Plus.
You won't be so lucky next time.
It's too far away.
I think Mythic Plus requires the same pull count number as raid. Be real good at, but it takes way more time. I mean, maybe. Play any class? I mean, yeah, 3.4K is like pretty chill. You just wait until the end of the season, you get enough gear to be able to like kind of overpower that, and then you just fucking slam. I think a lot of raid too. I sit there and I'm like very intentional, like looking through logs and stuff like that. In Mythic Plus, I'm probably not as intentional about like trying to learn how to absolutely min-max my DPS. Mythic Plus is like really fucking hard to. People like, if you do 5% less damage than somebody else in raid, people will fucking call your ass out. They'll flame you. You'll see like a fucking gray parcel in your log. You'll suck. If you do 5% less damage in Mythic Plus, nobody will say anything, and I think that that's kind of part of it too. Is like I'm just like not as diligent. Mythic Plus is easier in the rating because you can just keep redoing it as many times as you want. I don't know. I think it's just like harder to analyze like how to be better, in my opinion.
We all have our place. Mine is here.
Also, there's kind of this like thing where in raid, a lot of variables are static because you're playing with the same consistent 20, where in Mythic Plus that's not always true. But I think more so my issue with being better in raid than I am in Mythic Plus is related towards like I'm just better at analyzing and figuring out how to do a lot more fucking damage in raid than I am in Mythic Plus.
I cannot use that item yet.
I mean, in raid, it's like really easy. In my opinion, raid, the vibe of the people that you play with, like you kind of know who's good and who's bad in raid. Like if it's like something that's like almost intangible. If you ask me at the end of the raid night who did the worst in the raid, I'll almost always know, and I won't even have to like look at a log. I'll just like something about the raid night will go a certain way where you just like kind of know who the people that are holding like. Raid is kind of this thing where nobody's individually helping you succeed. The bottom of your roster is holding you back from being able to continue to progress further. And so it's like one of those things that you kind of always have a sense for like, in that moment in time, who are the people that are holding you back, right? Like what's going, like Bellerin, I had a really fucking bad night on Bellerin. I'm sure I was not helping the cause, right? Like I'm sure that was that. I think that I had a night on Bellerin. That was like probably my worst prog night in ever, maybe? I don't know. I played like fucking shit on that fight randomly. Acceptable margins in raid are a lot lower on average, but the top end of Mythic Plus has tighter margins. Yeah, I mean, the top end of Mythic Plus is like just as hard as the top end of raid. I think the baseline of being like okay at Mythic Plus is a lot more achievable than the baseline of being okay at Mythic rating. But then I don't know. I feel like the top end is about the same personally, but does the MM got nerfed? I haven't seen Master of Honor since then. I don't know. You think every spec can get 1% Mythic Plus easily? I actually don't even think it's that hard. I think every spec can get the 0.1% title easily, even. Like I actually don't even think it's. I don't even think it's that hard for every spec to get the 0.1% title. I think it requires people to do it, which is like the difference. Was it Taco Bell? My tummy was hurting. My tummy was hurting. Look, all I'm going to say is if China can do sales for world 5th raid kills, every single spec in the game can fucking get the 0.1% title. That shit's not hard. It's more like effort. It's skill and effort based. A floating goal that is a season-long achievement, season-long reward is very heavy into skill and effort. And you have to have 4 other people. So. Is there any class right now not in the 0.1%? I'm talking about every spec. I think every spec can even get it. I actually don't even think it's that hard. I wouldn't be shocked if every class also has people in it. What's the worst spec right now? How do you find that data accurately? Well, I mean, you can check and see what the worst spec is by points. That's not gonna tell you what the worst spec is, because I think worst spec is very subjective, right? Statistics. So this is by points. The worst spec by points is Destruction Warlock. Is that real? The second worst is Resto Druid? Interesting. Because Destro's not bad. Yeah, as I say, Resto Druid is the lowest in terms of point allocation. That's actually insane to me. I'm just shocked. $40.23.
Welcome, friend.
Where are we going?
Have a good one.
But yeah, no, I think every spec can get the 0.1% title. Even like the worst of the worst can absolutely get the 0.1% title. The thing is, like, you have to find 4 other people that are willing to play with you, and a lot of times to get the 0.1% title, you would rather take the path of least resistance. So if you see somebody on some spec that's like not that good, you're like, God, I don't want to play that guy. Like, it's just gonna be a little bit more annoying, right? Because you have to be able to. So there's about 1,500 people per region, ish, that get the 0.1% title. So you have to play. Normally, like, if you're like a really bad spec, you have to play the key level up in terms of skill, which is easily achievable in World of Warcraft. Again, that's a very high skill ceiling game, but there's secondary and tertiary factors about, like, how does this impact the group? Like, what are we doing with our route? That kind of always come into play. It's kind of like that Horsey and that full fizz comp in last season. Like, dude, that comp was fucking bad last season. With, like, it's like Rogue Feral Druid Brewmaster. No, hail no. That comp just sucked, right? Like, that comp was, like, really actually quite bad. They easily cleared the bar for 0.1% title on a bunch of specs that were not very good. I think Outlaw might have been, like, one of the worst specs in the game last season. Like, I think Feral Druid fucking sucks this season, and they are still playing with Feral Druid. Looking at tier list. Oh yeah, I mean the difference between somebody who is competing in the TGP and somebody who is is a fringe 0.1% title cutoff player, right? So these are two players that are that are the 99.9% players, right? They are the top 0.1% of the player base. A person who is competing in the TGP finals is probably going to do somewhere in the order of about 15 to 20% more damage. 15 to 20% more damage. And these are both players that by all conventional standards, people would consider them good. But like that just kind of proves, like, that tells you the difference, right? Is that they're just like so much better, just at a baseline. And like by all conventional standards, both groups of people would be considered pretty good. Yeah, like whenever I said I don't really know what's the worst spec, I can tell you what the lowest in terms of point representation is. It's hard to know like what the worst spec is. I mean, I don't really know if that's like such a subjective thing. Terrathal guy. Easily, nah. I mean, I think that they can. If you put, look, if you told Merez if Merez started a stream challenge where he was trying to get 6 Mythic Plus titles on the least represented specs on the ladder, I think he could do that in a single season. The thing is, like, you just have to be really fucking good. Like, again, the skill ceiling is so high in WoW, and it's not really appreciated all the time. But it's one of those things that, like, he absolutely... I think that, like, it wouldn't even take him the entire season. I don't even know if it would take him that much effort. Well, yeah, I mean, trying to time a 25 is different than trying to time a 23. It's about 20% less damage that's needed. But okay, 0.1% by very nature is very difficult since only 0.1% can get it. Yes, but okay, so hypothetically, say 23 Brazil is the cutoff for this season. People are timing 25s, so that is 25% more damage. People are timing 25s. So compared to the 0.1% title to the 25, that requires 20% more damage to do a key of equal time, right? Which, okay, maybe it's a little bit more, but it's about that. So the fact that there is a 20% margin between those two groups of players means that there is a lot of wiggle room for a spec that is 4% worse, right? To slide in and pretty convincingly get the 0.1% title. It just requires somebody who is good. It just requires somebody who is better than the average player on a better spec, who is also going to get the 0.1%, right? It's like Karasis every single season on Blood DK getting the 0.1% title, and Meg on every single season on a Mistweaver Monk getting the 0.1% title. I think that those are easy examples. They get it every single season. I don't know the last time Blood DK's been good. Fucking forever ago. Yeah, Karasis is playing a spec that takes 6% more damage. Yeah, Shadowlands Season 4. I mean, this has been so goddamn long, right? And like these people are getting title on objectively pretty bad specs every single season. And again, this isn't like hate. Like I'm talking about like the prerequisite to get the 0.1% title is you have to be really, really good, right? And you can get it. You can get it on any spec. I genuinely believe that it is achievable on any spec. You just have to be good. Not like the Archon shoulds. Hell yeah. Crassus is below title range if he's Chinese. Dude, I'm pretty sure China's gonna have fucking like Resilient 24 as their title cutoff. I don't know what's going on. That region is unfucking believable. Because they do insane boosting with Brazil. But it's completely different, right? You get with the most dog shit comp possible? Probably. Like, if you have the best players playing the worst comp, I bet they could do 1 key level below title. Or sorry, I would say 1 key level below title. 1 key level below the rank 1 keys in the world, even if they're playing like a bad comp. It would have to, if Kira and Miscount logged on some random shit, right? Like they actually, if they spun a wheel and logged on random shit, they wouldn't time the highest keys in the world, but I bet they would time the -1 level. Oh yeah, I mean that Bancher's team, that comp is some ass. Genuinely, that comp is awful. Most seasons, they might have one spec that doesn't suck. Like it's a good season if they have one spec that doesn't suck. Like very frequently they have 5 specs that are not very good. I think that's a good example. Thank you. He's brushing his bathtub with a floor brush. Look, doesn't like that. Oh, I mean, even in the TGP, it's not really talked about a lot. But the difference between the teams that are, say, the top 6 teams that are qualifying for the finals versus the 22nd seed or something, it's like, holy fuck. This is their best season yet, meta-wise? Oh, I mean, absolutely. They have 2 specs. They have 2 specs that are very good. Where did Terathal go, man? That guy just despawned? They're the best players in the world? Yeah, I mean, like, look. I'm not... But my point was, like, it's always achievable. In seasons in which, like... That's why it's easier to reroll. I actually think the reason that it's easier to reroll is because you get afforded more opportunities. And whenever you're afforded more opportunities to be able to get into higher level groups, that opens up the potential of you getting it, right? Cleaning stream sequel? True. Good in. Greg's replacing? Every spec can? I think every spec can. I absolutely think every spec can. Bad players play bad specs? No, it's more like good players log off a mediocre spec. Good players log off. If a spec is not the best and you're a good player, you do not play it. You log on something else. There's a cockroach floating in that tub? No way. Still decent? No, I think it's still decent, yeah. I think it's definitely less good, but I think it's certainly good. Yeah, if the goal is title, yeah. That's what I'm saying. Like, if the goal is title, every spec can. Why invest that much effort into a trash spec? Yeah, I mean, why would you? There's definitely a cockroach floating in the tub earlier. What the fuck? Oh my god. No way. Bro, don't use that water. That water is fucking... That shit's got... That's Flint, Michigan water. This shit's got Flint, Michigan water in there. New title is good enough for War for 0.1%. I don't think anybody really... Like, it... People who go for the 0.1% title, you care about it the first time you get it, and then you realize that the title itself is completely meaningless, and that the journey and playing with your friends was the big reward. Think Arcane will get nuked? I have no idea. Maybe. Arcane is very, very good right now. The journey. I mean, look, I'm not even like I've had a couple of people offer to feed me Resilient 23 so I can get the 0.1% title, and I just do not care enough to log into retail right now. I had the most fun I had during the season was playing with kind of like random groups sporadically 8 weeks ago, 6 weeks ago, right? Those are the most fun times that I had. To me, the achievement of getting the 0.1% title is like literally whatever. Getting the reward is, in a lot of instances, not that fun. The playing with your friends is the fun part.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
We're winning. We've been winning today, actually. It's gonna be worth playing keys next season after nerfs. I mean, it's definitely. I think it's gonna be worth. I don't know what's gonna be meta. I'm gonna be honest with you.
5, 4, 3, 2.
3.4K with friends talking shit every Sunday. Meme pulls is fun. I mean, dude, the most fun that I have in World of Warcraft is when I'm playing with my friends, right? Those tiny baby nerfs. I mean, yeah, those are not like massive, but I mean, there's only room for 3 specializations in a comp. Or there's only room for 3 DPS specializations in a comp, right? So, if your litmus test for whether or not a spec is good or bad is whether or not they are the legitimately top 3 specializations, a 3% damage nerf matters. Oh my fucking god. What the fuck? I just got bolted. Losing to Rogue. No, I'm winning. I'm winning. How fun is Boomy? It feels like a midnight specialization, yeah. In Mythic Plus, you press Starfire a lot. If you like specs that are mentally stimulating, I would not describe this as one. It's very easy, though. If you like easy specs, it's really easy. So. I miss my Boomy. Dude, Hello, Moonkin. It's hard as fuck, dude. I'm just pressing Starfire, bro. I'm bat chesting. It's Keeper and Raid. I think it is Keeper and Raid again. Yeah. I think they nerfed single target from Maloon's Chosen enough to get back on Keeper and Raid. Retired him after the war with it. Oh yeah, no, that was it. You should have retired him before the war with then. It was all downhill after Dragonflight. He's bad comparison. Oh yeah, I mean, I think Moonkin looked like it was gonna be the best spec during raid testing, but it's received 2 nerfs since then. I think it was a fairly significant single target nerf. It received a fairly significant single target nerf like 2 weeks ago, and then this most recent week it was like a 3% nerf. It was like a 3 to 5% nerf depending on the build that you were playing. First ever no Druid season? Maybe. Too strong, too early on the PTR cycle? Yeah, maybe. Be on something. Actually, low-key, I think that I don't know how it's going to be in Raid. It's probably going to be good because it's like pretty good single target. So the 6th and the 7th boss in the Raid are both heavy 2-target cleave fights. So like the last phase of Coiled Altar is just a 2-target phase. And then the Twin Fangs boss is just some fucking... Like, it's like Light Blended Vanguard, but 2 targets instead of 3. Moonkin's not especially sick at that. So I'm not really sure how good Moonkin's going to be in Raid this tier. After the nerfs, but maybe it's good. It's hard to really say. Slam Convoke on Coiled Altar because of the amp. Yeah, I mean, I was always playing Convoke on Coiled Altar, but I never really saw enough into the phase where it was, like, relevant, right? Too early to say. Well, yeah, it's like, I think that Moonkin is very good. Like, that's kind of where I have it at. I don't think it's the best. I don't think it's going to be the best DPS in Raid. And I don't think it's going to be the best DPS in Mythic Plus. But I think it's going to be, I don't know, the 5th. Or the 6th, the best DPS or something. Something like that, right? How many targets is the boss? I have no idea. I didn't read the Dungeon Journal, frankly. The last boss does have... It is like some single target prio multi-target cleave encounter, but I don't know much about it. I haven't read the Dungeon Journal yet. I need to get on that shit. I think it's the best caster DPS in Mythic Plus. Right now, it's Arcane Mage. I was getting my fucking ass whooped by a Shine earlier, which on Ellie Shaman, which going into the session, prior to the session, I would have thought that like it was like probably Moonkin and Arcane Mage in some capacity, but now I'm less confident because I was getting fucking windmill dunked by a Shine earlier on Ellie. Like, that was not a servers exploded. Wait, what happened? Like what? Like retail servers? Skill gapped? I mean, I definitely got skill fucking gapped. I mean, that shit is... That was a skill chasm. The biggins. Oh my god, the Blizzard. Yo, nobody's working on Sunday. Oh no, it's over. Hey, Melvis. Damn. Oh, Ellie. I'm not falling for it again. Oh my gosh. Bunny QT14, thank you for the sub.
Fuck you, Tells.
Welcome. But yeah, I don't know. I think before the session today, I would have said that Moonkin could be a meta spec. I would say, actually, I thought it was maybe even likely to be a meta spec still, but now I'm less convinced. I could see it being a world where there's no druid in the meta comp. Oh no, H-Pal is the best spec in the game right now. I think Holy Paladin was the best healer by a decent amount, and then it got buffed this week. I think Holy Paladin right now for Mythic Plus is the best spec in the game. Like there's a lot of DPS I think you could make arguments about being good. I'm not so certain that there's any healer that you're like, oh yes. Because I don't think it's particularly close. Oh my god. Yeah, I was already sold on Holy Paladin, and then they hit that shit with a 5%er, and you're like, alright. That spec's broken. No further questions, Your Honor. NA go down for everybody else? Yeah, people were saying that NA just like servers just crashed on NA randomly. China's really high on Prez. China was high on Prez. I saw King Shin was that was like it was Holy Paladin and Preservation Evoker in his top of his tier list, but I think I'm out. Like I think I'm out on Preservation Evoker. Prez does a lot of damage, which is like I think the thing with Prez. The problem with it is just like Holy Paladin seems so fucking good. Elsmir's getting flamed on Max's Season 1 tier list. I'm gonna be honest, I don't really pay attention to this tier list too often, frankly. I get asked to rank Moonkin every single tier, and I do my best based on the information that I have. But there's a lot of times where I take a gander at like what he's got going on there, and everybody's ranking off their own thoughts and their own metrics for like what they think is good and bad. And I sit there and I'm like, dog, first off, I can guess how good or bad this thing's gonna be in raid, but I don't really know. Because we haven't done raid testing for a while. Like I said earlier, we haven't done raid testing in a while. But I'm gonna be honest with you. Some of these people don't know what the fuck they're talking about with Mythic Plus. Yeah, like it could be first and foremost, it could be true for the current state of things. But I think the thing, like, you get a bunch of people ranking based on different criteria, and unfortunately as well, not that many people, even though they might be skilled theory crafters, are logging into the PTR and doing enough keys to where you can compare yourself, or you can compare classes against one another, or they're not looking at enough data to be able to compare classes against one another. And a tier list is inherently a comparative thing. Like, the reason that I think that Holy Paladin's the best healer is because I've played keys with other healers, and every time I don't have a Holy Paladin, I'm like, oh wow. You're like, oh wow, this feels different. But it's not because I play either of the healers. It's because I've done enough keys to where I thought that Holy Paladin was the best, and the friends that also have done a bunch of PTR keys have also said that they think Holy Paladin's the best. And then the Holy Paladin gets buffed. Like, oh. Yeah, -1 Jing B, one bubble, bro. Leftover Taco Bell? I don't know about that. No, he does not eat human food. You like the Mark of the Wild change? What changed with Mark of the Wild? Oh, Heart of the Wild. Holy fuck, Heart of the Wild. Dude, I don't know why I read this as Mark of the Wild. Yeah, the Heart of the Wild change is really good. Actually gives Moonkin another defensive ability. 20% stamina for... Oh no, 30% stamina for 20 seconds is really good. It's hard to use effectively because I'm bad. It keeps you out of bear form more so than in the past. It would be really good against like one-shots. I think it's great. That was the thing that got added to this expansion though. I think it's great. Make an AI tier list and call it a day? Nah, it's valid as fuck. Route meta just changes the value of certain specs. I think it's pretty clear to me that a lot of times people who go on there don't really know how good or bad their spec is in comparison to other specializations. Like people a lot of times just like value the wrong fucking thing. Like for Mythic Plus as well, dude. The only shit that matters is like as a DPS, who does big damn? It's like, does your spec do big damn in Mythic Plus? Most people, it's hard to know. Unless you're actually like combing through logs and shit. I died.
Only
Are you
the
serious?
strongest survive.
That ground effect ticks you insta? That's actually insane to me. I thought for sure I could just like jump through it and be okay, but I fucked up. I can't kick the mummy. I kicked the mummy. The wretched discharge went off. Are you fucking kidding me? Dude, alright, that fire, I'm pissed. I gotta be better. I gotta be better. Keep staying in the fire, man. One heal? Nah, it's my fault. Oh. Yeah, all NA's down. I mean, yeah. If that's how you view the tier lists, is like people talking about their thoughts on the state of their spec. That's very different, right? Is Battle still the best DPS? I don't think so. Why? Fucking Blizzard Entertainment, bro. Yeah, no, I kept walking into this purification construct ground effect. Just know that the fire ticks you insta. All you need to know. I'm gonna be shocked if the entire region ends up getting a rolling restart over that. Oh wow, the PTR servers are lagging right now. I just like missed like 3 globals randomly. What? Honka. The content, bro.
What happened? I fucking hate Tettles being happy. What a dickhead.
Yo.
Fuck you, Tettles.
Don, 2 of us. Thank you for the 5-pack. Holy fuck. I appreciate it. Is balance still broken? No, I don't think so.
I simply wish you would.
God damn it, Holy Paladin. I thought Holy Paladin was OP. Fucking growl. I think Moonkin's probably like the 5th best DPS or something in Mythic Plus, if I had to guess. I don't know about still broken. Goddamn growl. I would have thought that it was probably going to be a part of the Mythic Plus meta comp prior to a session that I had earlier where Shine just fucking put me in the blender. But why once did I give you $20 did you answer my question? You asked the question after the donation, after you gave the 5 subs. Or did you ask it earlier too and I missed it? Like, that's a Shine? Yeah, that guy did put me in the fucking blender. Look, that guy's a race roll first rate. I think Moonkin's so good. Like, that's what I was saying earlier. I think it's probably, like, the 5th best spec. Like, I wouldn't be shocked if it's also not the best spec in Raid, but Raid, it was weird because it was by far the best spec during Raid testing, and then it caught 2 nerfs since the last round of Raid testing. And so I think it's hard for me to really know. So there's the 3 final bosses. We don't really know anything about the last one, right? Then you have the Coiled Altar, oh my gosh, and Twin Fangs. So Coiled Altar is just a standard 2-target fight, which Moonkin is like fine at, but I would not describe it as good. It's like okay at it. And then, but the thing is, like, 2-target damage. There are a lot of specializations such as Frost Mage, Arms Warrior, Destruction Warlock that will fucking destroy 2-target damage. So, like, I wouldn't. Are those fights going to be stacked really hard? Is kind of a question. And so, like, while Moonkin might be the 8th best spec on Twin Fangs, you know, it might just end up being. I wouldn't be shocked if it's the Mark of the Wildbringer in Raid. I think it's a good spec, which has been a hot minute. Like Veil Gore pull count. Oh no, I think that like they're the 6th and the 7th boss in an 8 boss raid. Like I think they're quite likely to be hard. And like 2 target cleave fights that are hard. Plus am I looking like right now? The 2 best specs I think are Arcane Mage and Arms Warrior. Then Ellie Shaman's really good. Moonkin's really good. I think Destro is actually like low key pretty good. For healers and tanks, it's kind of known that it's Holy Paladin Blood Decay currently. Like Bellow pull count? We don't. I mean, could be. Oh, Windwalker Monk. That spec looks pretty good. Outlaw seems like it was fairly solid too. There's a lot of DPS that are pretty good right now. It seems like the tank and the healer meta is like fairly solidified. But the DPS stuff it could absolutely be up in the air. I think right now the best spec is probably Arcane Mage, and the second best spec is Arms Warrior. Oh, Devour Demon Hunter. Devour Demon Hunter is really good. The spec is also good. There's a lot of DPS, but yeah, there's a lot of DPS that are good. They're ruining DH? Oh no. Yeah, a lot of people aren't really super stoked about what they're doing to Devour, but Devour seems like it's actually quite good damage-wise. Alpala. Goodbye, Greg. Any spec that doesn't play Apex is bad design? No. They're just talents. They're just talents. They're not a marquee feature of the Midnight expansion. They're just talents. They're just talents. Where are we getting our mark buff? It's not Boomy. But I think there's a world where the Mythic Plus comp could be something fucking silly like Arcane Mage, Ellie Shaman, Devour. Or Arcane Mage, Ellie Shaman, Arms Warrior. I think that both of those are like fairly reasonable versions of like the meta DPS comp, and you just don't get a Mark of the Wild. Shaman buff's better than Mark for some comps. I mean, yeah, I don't know. I think the thing with Mark is that Druid is almost always fucking broken. So I'll say almost always. I think like 50% of the seasons that we've had since titles come out, Resto Druid has been ridiculous. And so you've always had a Mark of the Wild, but it's like, it's obviously, I think it and Sky Fury are by far the best Mythic Plus buffs. But we don't have Sky Fury every single season. I don't think we need Mark every single season. It's more just like, it's just worked out like that. Some Resto Druid shit. Then Moonkin's obviously like, was what, meta and been meta occasionally. Pretty good. It's pretty, has pretty high representation. It's a really good raid buff. So if it's like again, if it's close, Moonkin might get played. I just cancel the cast. I want death. EK specs, dude. Yeah. I thought DK was in the gutter. I thought we were out on DK after they nerfed Unholy and Frost into the fucking ground, and somehow we ended up with Blood. What the fuck is going on with that class? I thought we were out on DK. Because like Unholy's like fine on AoE, and then just really bad single target. Just really bad single target. I don't really know what's going on with that spec. Like, it's like the first pull of the Dungeon Merchant, where there must always be a Lich King. That's right. Some people are saying. Arthas. Frost with Skyfear kind of large. I mean, Skyfear is just a really good raid buff, right? Yeah. We'll see. I think there's a lot of DPS that are good. I wouldn't be shocked if something happens with like raid tuning that kind of shifts things a little bit. Oh, Greg is ollied. What the fuck? I was not looking at that. Shadow Imbalance. Shadow looked like it was actually gonna be like low key really good, and then they nerfed it this week, so it looks like it's low key not that good. I probably log on Moonkin, but whatever you want to play, bro. Like say Destro or some fucking random spec that's like pretty good got buffed. Say like somehow Destro catches like an 8% or something. I feel like that's happened a few times pretty recently, where like there's like a spec that's pretty good in Mythic Plus and pretty fucking terrible in Raid, ends up catching a buff. Like this most recent season, it happened to Devour, where they were like one of the, if not the best spec in Mythic Plus, but they were really, really bad at single target and Raid, so they just got fucking buffed, and you're just like, Okay, well, you've just solidified this spec, I guess. Like, happened with Moonkin and Worth in Season 2 as well. I feel like that happens like to one spec a season, something like that. Classic is down too. Oh, Blizzard's out there taking down all the servers, bro. What the fuck? I'm gonna meld. Oh my god, it's getting healed. That's an infinite range heal. Are you fucking kidding me? Alright. Well, learn gaining knowledge. Subrog OP? No. I think I suck. Dude, I got fucking rinsed by a Shine earlier, Terrathal, in that key that we were in. Also, I'm tagging out after this one. This is all... You're back in after this run. Had some shambling things happen in this run. Any Wrath during income for EC? No, they buffed Lunar Calling to where you don't have to do that anymore. PTR is hosted differently than live servers. Look, all I'm saying is you guys are saying this shit about Evade now, but you weren't saying that whenever he was on Blow Pop's last dungeon and Terrathal was taking him to fucking town. All I'm gonna say, you guys are... It's all evade this, evade that, but it wasn't what... What about Terrathal, man? What about Terrathal? Like 8% nerf a week ago? Yeah. Sub a spec that was okay but not great got a nerf. That was insane. You're next? No. The PTR staying up. The PTR staying up. streamer client. I also didn't get DC during Dragonflight launch and was able to level unimpeded. There was no commoners there. You always play Boomy? In Raid, yeah. In Mythic Plus, I kind of play whatever ranged is OP that season. Just for fun. Wait a second. Wait, Terathal, can you meld that? I thought you couldn't meld that. Since when? What the fuck?
Your survival wasn't necessary.
I want to kill myself. Never mind. Stop. I'm gonna stop. I'm having a good day. I'm having a good day. I'm not mad. I'm not mad. God damn it, man. I think I'm just a pumpkin. Just blew me up like a balloon and fucking pricked me with a pen. Are we actually dead? No, we can get that. Aren't all Mythic Plus streamers meta slaves? No, just me. Nah, it's just me, bro. Being a one-trick's not really a thing in 2026 anymore. So Blizzard made it very easy to gear up and play pretty much every single specialization in the game. They pruned all the specs to make them very easy. They make it so unbelievably trivial to gear a character in like a couple of weeks, to where you're now expected to log on. Like if you want to play competitively in any capacity, you're. Are you fucking kidding me?
For this poison.
What is blood doing? Dog. Mythic Raider. That's right. That's right. Hall of Fame, by the way. Oh, but yeah, no. So here's the thing with one-tricking. You actually get there's no advantage by having a main anymore. Everybody's ult isn't an ult anymore. It's a second main. So, like, there's no... Why would you subject yourself to playing something that's less good? Doing a lot of PTR? Well, not us. Still grinding. Because I like it? No, which is completely reasonable, but there's no power, right? Have a nice stream. I'm glad you enjoyed it. I have a new, a new video of that series coming out soon. It's about healing. It'll be soon. This week. Pug Priest video? Yeah, I'm waiting for it too. I'm waiting for it to be done getting edited. I mean, this is the artifact power argument, right? I mean, there is an argument where just because you can gear something else quickly, it doesn't mean someone can master a class versus being comfortable in a spec even if it doesn't meta. Yes, but if a DK is meta this season and there are 4 Death Knights that are 292 item level in LFG, and you're a 292 item level enhancement shaman, and you all have the same IO, there is absolutely zero reason that they should take you over them. Min-maxing at 12? I mean, sure, you say min-maxing at 12, but like, why would you put yourself at a disadvantage? Why would you make things harder on yourself? They can't have bloodlust needed. Okay, sure, but like, you know what I'm saying? Because gear is not a separator anymore, the only separator is score. And because gear is also not a separator, class isn't really a separator anymore either, because everybody can just... Because since you can just immediately log on to whatever fucking class you want, it's not... You know, you can't look at somebody's item level and be like, I'd rather have a DK, but I'd rather have this shaman one trick who mains this guy in raid and has better gear, because everybody has the fucking same gear now. It's like it's the artifact power, it's the gearing is too easy, it's that argument, right? And everybody has their own opinions on it, but that's like, it's part of that same argument. That's the reason why it's harder. That's why it doesn't make sense to one-trick anything anymore. Yeah. If you're good enough to play a spec at a proficient level, you can play any other spec at a proficient level. All it takes is time. All it takes is time, baby. Well, I mean, you can't tell how good or bad somebody is just by looking at them in an LFG window, right? An LFG window doesn't give you an ounce of information to like how good or bad somebody is. So whenever you're looking at somebody in LFG, whenever you're trying to invite them, you're trying to invite somebody who will help you time the key with the highest possible success rate. And a lot of times people wait way too fucking long before they invite somebody. It doesn't make any fucking sense. They sit there for like 15 minutes for like a 14 or whatever. And it's just, people make stupid decisions with people they invite all the time. But everybody's just trying to determine who the best player they are inviting to their group is. And as it turns out, there is no way to actually determine who the best player is. And so you're just sitting there trying to hope that your key has the highest chance of getting timed. And so you're not going to invite a fucking enhancement shaman because you think that spec sucks. The boosted Fodom player? I mean, yeah. Well, because it's impossible for you to know who the boosted Fodom player is versus the normal Fodom player. Or the...
These intruders will die, but I need not listen to your prattling while I make it so. Complain all you like.
From a fun standpoint, how could that be bad? Way more content's available to you if gearing alts is easy. Because the expectation is then for you to gear and play an alt. Where for the longest time, that's not been the expectation of how you play World of Warcraft. And for a lot of people there's a decent amount of people that don't want to play an alt. They would rather just log on their main that they've played for 10 years. And they view themselves as, I don't want to Fodom reroll to a DK, I'm a rogue. Greg's playing Farce here. I don't really like playing a bunch of fucking characters. There's a lot of people who enjoy like playing alts and playing a bunch of characters. I really don't enjoy that playstyle, right? I'll pick like 2 characters, and that's like about the most I'm gonna really play at like a top level on that season. Trying to play like 3 or 4 is like not really something I'm super interested in. spec specific. I mean, that would be a different system, right? Not that that's good or bad, but making it a spec achievement is something completely different than what they currently have. Maybe make IO account rather than character. What is this all? Oh, Blizzard.com. Yeah, I'm turning the motherfucking game back on. I need to call Snoop Dogg. I think that I actually don't think I think that IO is fairly consistent. I don't think anybody's fought them boosted or anything, right? Like I think that everybody's about the level that they're supposed to be at in terms of score. Maybe you don't want to hear that, but I think everybody's about the level that they're supposed to be at. Unless you're like, okay, if you're like buying a boost is different, right? I fucked up. I didn't realize where it was safe. Oh my god, I'm okay. Slightly? I mean, what? Sure. I mean, what is slightly in this context, right? Half a key level? Like if you're not playing enough, yeah, you're not gonna be the correct score. Like if you're not putting in enough hours, then you're not gonna be the score that you're supposed to be. But if you're putting in enough hours, you're gonna be the correct score. Tanks and healers beg to differ. I think tank is actually an unboostable role. I think every tank is actually the exact IO that they're supposed to be, if they're putting in the correct amount of hours. What's enough hours though? I mean, if you're, I don't know, there's not like a number. Like I don't fucking know. Like if you play enough on a season to actually, oh my goodness gracious, this is bad. If you play enough on a season to actually be able to do the keys enough. If you do like if you do 200 Mythic Plus runs in a season, you're going to be the IO that you're supposed to be. You push for Zil 16, you just stop? Yeah, I mean, you're the IO that you're supposed to be. A dead's bound. Ah, it's not dead. It's actually fine. About exactly one key under what I think I could achieve. Yeah, so you're about the level that you're supposed to be at, right? I think one key level is about the. I mean, that's pretty close, no? I think tank is by far. I actually think tank is impossible to get boosted on, as a rule. I think it's impossible because every single pull is reliant on the tank to be. 100% of the pulls in dungeon, the tank is the person who is the most responsible. Every single pull. I think tank is by far the hardest even. That role is really hard in Mythic Plus. Like gathering gathering is harder than anything a DPS will do in an entire dungeon, and tanks do that every single pull. Getting a pack gathered correctly is like not an easy ask, and that's like that's a pull in and pull out thing.
Zul will not rest until all the world is in the blood god's grip.
I'm just a pumpkin. Yeah, I mean I am a pumpkin.
For your kingdoms as well.
360? Yeah.
Stop him.
Yeah, if the tank is bad, you literally wipe to the first pull of Algathar Academy or Seed of the Triumvirate within like 15 fucking seconds. Yeah, if your only experience is raid, yeah, no, that's look. Raid tanking is completely different, right? Those are like not even. It's healing a Mythic Plus. I actually think is quite easy. I think it kind of depends on the season as to like the skill ceiling of the role. Healing a raid, I think, is the hardest role. Valdrakken was the most laggiest piece of shit I've ever played in. I got like 35 FPS all the time in Valdrakken. I bet if I went back to Valdrakken today, I get 35 FPS still. Season 2 and Season 1 are about the same, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think they're that much different. Upload logs, 1 second. Little log. PR. Silverman's worse? Dude, Valdrakken was literally like, I don't know, something about the dragons flying around in Valdrakken was, I think it was just like lagging the fuck out of my game. Healing's the most binary role. Yeah, I mean, that's true. It definitely doesn't scale like the others. Healing at like a high level, you kind of rely on your DPS to like press their defensives a lot of the time. And you're not, you can't, it's hard for you to make up for other people's mistakes as a healer whenever you're doing high level content. Whenever you're doing a 14 or something like that and a bolt doesn't one-shot somebody, yeah, I mean, you're expected to out-heal that. But like once you're playing the role the way it's intended to be played, it's very different, right? Because the responsibility shifts less out of the hands of the healer and more in the hands of the DPS to press defensives and stuff. Yeah, new season soon. I'm fucking stoked. I'm stoked. We've been due. All right, what's tomorrow? Okay, tomorrow I'm gonna take the day off. I have some shit to do. I have to contact my insurance about my home flooding. We're recording a special bench episode, a trivia episode. That'll be fun. Yeah. Over the next couple of days, I'm gonna finish up. I'm gonna have a tier list coming out on YouTube. I have to write the Wowhead tier list. I need to finish up all of my notes for all of the dungeon guide stuff. You're too broke to take days off? Yeah, well, I'm not taking any days off. That's what I took. I took days off in June, so I don't take days off now. Alright. Yeah, we're out of here. I'll be back streaming Tuesday or Wednesday, one of those 2 days, probably. I'm not streaming tomorrow, though. A little bit busy. Alright, GG's keys. Raid growl. Get on out of here.